put us, counsel with your throat, go ahead and put us on there.
Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury service may be strange to some of you, so some instructions now are in order, as well as those that will govern you during the trial of this case. Those who participate in a trial must do so according to established rules. That's true of the parties, the attorneys, the witnesses, and it's equally true of the jurors. Now, the attorneys will present the law, and the court will enforce the instruction and make the instructions of the law. Now, you will be the sole judges of the facts, credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to their testimony. And at the conclusion of the evidence, the court will instruct you on the law regarding those matters, and you will apply that law to the facts in making your findings. It's your sworn duty under the law and your oath to follow and accept the law as the court gives it to you. Now, the procedure will be as follows in the trial. First, the attorneys are going to make opening statements, and that's an outline of what they expect the evidence to be. It's not evidence, but simply, if you will, a preview or a roadmap of what they think the direction of the case will be. They're designed to help you follow the evidence as it is presented, but they are not evidence. After the opening statements are concluded, the state will offer its evidence. Then the state may present, or the defendant may present evidence that is not required to. If the defendant does present evidence, then the state can, it's not required to present what's called rebuttal evidence, which is only to rebut what was presented by the defendant. The trial will then conclude. Court will instruct you on the law. There'll be closing arguments, and then the court will instruct you on how to deliberate. And then after that, you'll retire to the jury room to conduct your deliberations. Now, the procedure to question witnesses will be as follows. The party that calls that witness will ask questions first, and that's called the direct examination. Then the opposing party will ask questions. That's called cross-examination, or I'll usually say cross. Then the party that called the witness can ask additional questions, and that's called redirect the examination. Now, once in a while, it's not very common, the court permits additional cross-examination by opposing party, but not very often. And then additional redirect. But again, this is strictly regulated by the court. And I always say this because sometimes I've had questions. Jurors are not permitted to ask questions in this proceeding. Now, during the trial, it's likely attorneys will make objections. This is the procedure by which they raise an issue, a legal issue, that the court has to decide. And I don't make these rules up or just kind of decide what I think is fair. I have to apply, as I said, I have to follow the law. So there are rules that are set down by the Supreme Court, rules of evidence and procedure, there are statutes, and I apply those to the rules. Now, if I have ruled that an objection is sustained, that means I've determined that either the question or the likely answer are not permitted. If I say overruled, then I've determined that both may come into evidence. Now, occasionally, in the give and take between an attorney and a witness will make an answer or give an answer before the attorney can say objection. And then I have to rule on that, just like if it had been made before the answer. And if I determine that the answer or the question or both weren't proper, then you may be told to disregard that testimony, or there may be a request for the motion or for the testimony to be stricken. And if I say that, that means that you're not permitted to consider it. in your deliberations. And I'll instruct you again at the end of the case that you're not permitted to consider anything, any testimony that was stricken or was disregarded because of objection. Now, we understand you're not computers. It's not like you can just go in and delete it and delete it again, double delete it, and it's gone from the hard drive. Well, it's never really gone, but it's out there in the ethers. But anyway, we just tell you that you're not allowed to discuss that. You may remember it, but you're not allowed to consider it. So if during your deliberation somebody says, well, remember this witness said such and such, but everybody else says, oh no, that was objected to and sustained, it was stricken, you can't consider it. You'll remember it, but you're not allowed to consider it. Because, we know you're human, not computers. Now, it's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. And during the breaks that we have, you're not to discuss the matter with anyone, including among yourselves. If you're a person that's active on social media, whether you're on Facebook or you tweet or Instagram or whatever all those others are, you're not to communicate anything about this trial during the break. You can look at those, but do not post anything about the case, make any comments about the case, and don't read anything about the case or look at any websites where there may be something about the case. You're not permitted to discuss it again among yourselves with anyone at all, nor are you permitted to allow someone to discuss it in your presence. And what that means is if you're standing in line at the restaurant, or if you're seated at a restaurant and you hear somebody talking at the table next to you, say, I'm on the jury, please don't discuss that. And most of the time, generally people will honor that. If they don't, then you might have to move where you're not going to be able to hear their conversation. Now, it might be a little hard to understand why can't we talk about it during breaks. Well, the reason for that is this. Until all of the testimony has been presented, and you've been instructed on what the legal issues are, what the elements of the offense are, how you do that, what the evidence is to apply to the testimony, or what the law is to apply to the testimony, it would be improper for you to discuss it because you could come up with wrong conclusions because you haven't heard everything. And so, it's kind of, they always say first impressions are important, but I don't know about you, but I've found in my life that a lot of my first impressions about other people or other things, and I find it as a judge, are wrong. And and so what I've learned is, I've been doing this for 15 years, so almost 15 years. So I've learned that not to put too much emphasis on something I hear right at the beginning because, I don't know until I hear everything what the case is about. And you may be surprised at this, but I don't know anything about the case either. A lot of people think, well, the judge knows everything about what's going to happen and everything that people are going to say. No, I didn't know the name of the individual named in as the alleged victim until this morning. I heard at the same time you did. Because I'm not, involved in the investigation. I'm to be up here and be neutral. Now, you must also explain this during breaks to any family and friends you may have conversations with or talk to or lunch or whatever. Because we've had this experience. People will say, well, what's going on in that trial? And you say, well, I can't discuss it. Well, I was on a jury 10 years ago and we were allowed to discuss it. Well, you can tell them the memory's bad because they weren't allowed to discuss it till after the verdict was in. Once you've reached a verdict, then you can discuss it if you want. You don't have to, but you may. But until the case is completed, everything's been brought in, and you've deliberated and reached a verdict, you're not permitted to discuss it with anyone. Now, occasionally, things will happen where someone will say something to you, or there'll be an innocent, or sometimes even, something that's, maybe not innocent, but it happened and you didn't have any ability to avoid it, and it's something you feel you need to, or that you should report. You know that's something you should report. When that happens, tell the bailiff, and then the bailiff will tell me. I'll consult with the attorneys, and then decide what to do. Sometimes that might require you to come in and be questioned under oath about what happened, so we can determine if that has any impact on your service. And the reason I tell you don't tell anyone else, but just the bailiff, is because if you go back into the jury room and say to the other jurors, well, here's what happened, is this something I should report? And everybody, and people say, yeah. Well, guess what? You told the other 12 jurors, now it's not just you that's going to be questioned, we're going to have to question all of them. And about 25 years ago, I was trying a case. It was a week-long trial, and we had 15 jurors. We had 3 alternates. It was a week-long trial, and that happened. And we spent an entire afternoon, 3.5 hours, questioning 15 different jurors and going through the legal issues as what impact that had. So if it's something that happens to you, don't say anything to anyone else. If you have any doubt, let the bailiff know, and then we'll take care of it. So most of the time, it's not a big deal, but everything I'm telling you, I've lived, and I can tell you that it can really gum things up. Now, you're not to attempt to investigate or obtain any additional information on this case outside the courtroom. It's highly improper for you to do so. So, for instance, that includes reading about it during the break, whether it's in the media or research. You know, we have our phones now. We have a wealth of, I'm going to say information, not knowledge, available at the click. And you can go in and get almost anything, and some of it might be accurate. A lot of it's not. But if you hear testimony about a particular thing and you think, you know, I would like to know more about that, don't do that during the trial. After the trial, after the verdict, you can do that. But during the trial, you're not to look up any information online about anything that's come up during the trial. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports in the paper, internet, social media, radio, TV. I don't think we'll get any radio or TV coverage. We may get some postings on the internet, but do not read anything about that, about this trial, and do not permit anyone to read or comment about them to you or in your presence. You're required to consider and decide this case solely on the evidence that's received in the courtroom according to the instructions of law that you're given, and not based on information from an outside source. And again, if that happens accidentally, let us know, and we'll again follow the process I mentioned earlier. Since this is a short trial, I don't permit note-taking because, well, again, what I found out in my experience, and my experience is when I was an 18-year-old freshman at Ohio State, scared to death going from Hillsboro to that place, and it was huge, love it, but at the time it was pretty intimidating. And what I found out in my first couple of classes, writing down everything the professor was telling us, and then I realized I was missing what other things were taken because I had learned to multitask then like I do now. I found that I was writing down stuff that really wasn't all that important because it was just kind of introductory. And so I don't permit notes taking in short trials because I don't want you to miss something. And again, the other thing is sometimes people write down things incorrectly, and so it's better for the recollections to be from what everybody, 12 of you, collectively recall. Now, you've seen that we've had bench conferences. From time to time we will do that. That's generally when the attorneys are making an objection that they want to make some additional statements about what the testimony might be or why they think it's proper. And if the answers, they say, here's what the answer is going to be, if I decide that that is something that's not proper and it's not permitted, if I let you hear all that, that's just more that adds to your burden of things you have to forget. So we do that to help prevent you from hearing things that you're not permitted to hear, not things that you are permitted to hear. And again, during the recesses, remember to not discuss the matter in any way with anyone, including among yourselves. All right, so those are the instructions of the court, and during the breaks, I'll tell you to remember Judge Hoddle, who was a judge when I came in and started in 1877, I hate to say that, actually 76 I started, would always refer to those as admonitions, meaning warnings or, advice, to kind of make it a little more serious. It's almost threatening, but I still have that in my mind, admonition. So if I still use that word, I'll try to say instructions, but if I say remember the admonitions, or remember the instructions, everything I've just told you, that's what I'm referring to. All right, now with that, we're going to move on to opening statements. The state will go first, since this has burden of proof. Again, opening statements are not evidence, but are simply the statements of the attorneys as to what they think the evidence will be. Mrs. Collins?
The state would request a separation.
All right.
May we approach?
You may. The court will grant that motion. the exception of the complaining witness and the defendant, anyone who may testify, even if they don't, cannot be in the courtroom during that testimony. And also, this is being streamed on YouTube, and so that separation includes them watching anything, any of the proceedings online during the trial.
Judge, Jessica just went to honor the request.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Collins.
May it please the court, defense counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Today the state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant, Ronald Shepard, did during the period beginning about June 1st of 2021 and continuing through the end of November of 21, and in Highland County, Ohio, did have sexual contact with 11-year-old Allison Stager. Now, sexual contact is defined in the law as the touching of any erogenous zone. And an erogenous zone, defined in the law, would include Allison's vaginal area, her breasts and her buttocks. It would also include the erogenous zones of the defendant, like his penis. Now, the state will prove this crime beyond a reasonable doubt by presenting evidence, mostly in the form of testimony, beginning with Allison herself. And Allison's going to tell you of how she used to enjoy spending the night at Grandma and Grandpa's house. Yes, Ronald Shepard is her grandfather. In June of 21, Allison stayed at their house regularly because she was helping Ronald at an auction so that she could earn some extra money. And then one night, while watching a specific movie, everything changed for Allison. The defendant began rubbing her buttocks and then moved his hands under her shorts. When Allison didn't know how to make the defendant stop, she claimed that she was hungry, jumped out of bed, and ran to the living room where her grandmother was. Now, the sort of touching continued for Allison when she stayed at Grandma and Grandpa's and steadily got more aggressive.
Hey, Dan.
The defendant began rubbing Allison's vagina and then showed her how to masturbate him. When he ejaculated, he explained to Allison what the white stuff was. Finally, around November of 21, Allison just quit going to Grandma and Grandpa's altogether. Now, this defendant wasn't happy that Allison, who he calls his number one buddy, quit coming to visit. And in early March of 22, the defendant was at Allison's house. See, Allison has an older sister named Caitlin and a younger brother named Grayson, and Grayson is a special needs child. When Allison's mom has to run errands or something, she asks for help taking care of Grayson. So Allison, Caitlin, and Grayson were all at their home, and Tiffany, Allison and Caitlin and Grayson's mom, asked the defendant to come over and help. When Allison got home from school, the defendant began questioning her about why she didn't come to stay the night anymore. Allison didn't really know what to say, but as the defendant was leaving, he continued to push her about coming and spending the night. At this point, Allison says, "I don't like what you do to me." And 17-year-old Caitlin, Allison's older sister, heard this. And Caitlin immediately suspected what was going on. As soon as the defendant left the house, Caitlin confronted Allison with what she heard. Allison finally broke down after Caitlin questioned her, and she told the secret that she had been hiding for almost 9 months. Caitlin told Allison, "I have to tell." Allison said, "Please don't tell anyone." She was afraid she was going to be in trouble, that she had done something wrong. Caitlin said, "You don't understand. You've done nothing wrong. You're not in trouble, and I have to tell." After dinner, she told her dad. John, the girl's dad, told Tiffany, the mom, when she got home. And Tiffany promptly called her mom, Vicky. Tiffany also told law enforcement what was happening. And Allison was taken to a special kind of hospital that specializes in child abuse, where she told her story to a social worker in order to determine if she needed any sort of medical treatment. You will not only hear from Allison today, but you will also hear from Caitlin, Tiffany, and that social worker, Ashley Cremines. You will see the recorded interview between Allison and Ashley, and you will hear from Sergeant Detective Vincent Antonor. Now, I also predict that you will hear that Allison was acting out around the time this was going on, that they caught her looking at pornography, that she was grounded most of the time that this was happening. But you'll find out that she learned about the pornography from this defendant. And it's easy to understand her acting out when you realize what was going on. At the end of the trial, after you consider the evidence and testimony, I'm confident that you will help end this nightmare for Allison and find this defendant guilty of gross sexual imposition for touching 11-year-old Allison. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bliley, on behalf of the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We talked about it at voir dire a little bit. There's nothing more despicable than a sex crime against a child. The only thing I would say is an exception to that is the ugly twin sister there of false allegation. There is no doubt at all this is a false allegation. The state is going to rely on your emotions rather than evidence. You heard in voir dire trying to get you to lower that standard about no DNA, none of this, none of that, trying to get that standard lowered. Well, I'm going to ask you to hold the standard. Okay, you know why? It's because they've got an allegation. We absolutely agree with it. We have an allegation from a child who has a horrible, horrible history of lying. That's what she is. She lies. She also steals. She's a troubled child. She's a troubled child from a troubled family. Don't get me wrong. She's a little girl. She's a product of her environment, trying to make it through the best she can. Okay? But instead, you're going to find, well, again, we're conceding. There's an allegation out there. And how they're going to try to prove it, they're going to restate the allegation over and over and over. They're going to, let's see if I get these. It's going to be the allegation, then the sister's going to retell you the allegation, the officer's going to tell you the allegation, the social workers are going to tell you the allegation. Of course, when it comes to actual proof, oh yeah, you're also going to find out when the police officer talked to Ron, Ron said, no way. No way whatsoever. He was adamant. He said, I would never touch my granddaughter. He said, anybody that would do that should be shot. This is abhorrent to Ron, especially when he didn't do it. We like to say this is a he said, she said. This should be crystal clear in evidence, in an evidentiary sense. But they're relying on you to feel sorry for the child. I feel sorry for the child. You're going to feel sorry for the child. Children don't understand the impact of what they say. They don't see the big picture. They're kids. She's a child. She never foresaw her having to testify in court. She's a child. Yes, there is reasons why she would lie. You'll figure it out. She did lie. You're also going to find out her story has lots and lots of problems. That's why I asked you in the beginning to watch for the details. There's not going to be that many questions from the defense because we agree. She made the allegation. But I'm going to ask about the details because the details are a disaster. I got to point this out that there's a fallacy in logic that probably a lot of you know about is Hitler used this when he talked about, he would promote a message. Let's say it's racial superiority. You say the same thing over and over and over again, no matter how absurd it is, people believe it. That's what he did, and it moved a nation. Well, that's what they're hoping for today. Got enough people saying the same story, just repeating it. Great, you put credentials around them, doctor, social worker, forensic interview. You'll love that one. It's really just a social worker sitting there talking, saying what happened. Okay, but we got to call it forensic. So we put these credentials, therefore it must be true. Well, I can't prove to you that it didn't happen. I can't prove a negative. It's a he said, she said. He was pressed for an hour. You'll hear it. For an hour. This police officer treated him kindly, was nice, but used every tactic. He tried to build a rapport with Ron, went through the whole thing, kept pushing him, saying, hey, let's try to help this. Let's resolve this family. I want to help you. I want to help you. For an hour in a police car. Doing anything they did. And Ron, the whole time, said, there's nothing to talk about. I didn't do it. At the end, the police officer says, look, let's just cut to the chase. Did you or did you not put your hand on her butt? And he said, no. He doesn't even put his hand on it. He didn't do anything. He loves this grandchild with his whole heart. This is his little buddy. She's a child. She said something, and it's the 21st century, the time of Me Too, that the snowball rolls. Everybody's a victim. You're going to find out, you're going to feel bad for the child. Again, because we're family life, because her mom even calls her, I think it was a spawn of Satan. She's a middle child. She has an older sister that is doing good in life. She has a younger brother that has autism. All the attention goes to them. She doesn't get the attention. What happens when a child like this doesn't get attention? They steal. They lie. They do things to get attention. And in this case, it's exactly what happened. As soon as she made the allegation, everybody wraps their arms around her. You're going to find out every time everybody's sweet to her, nice. She's now got mom's attention. She's got dad's attention. She has benefited from it. Now, she's got all your attention too. She's not an adult. She's not a bad kid. We have to remember that. At the end, I am going to ask you to find him not guilty because he didn't do it. I'm going to lay it out plainly. Got an allegation. And the second part we talked about in voir dire, what do the detectives do in SVU or Law and Order? They go investigate. They get the evidence to substantiate. They have none of it. None of it. You're going to find out the details don't work. Things that are common sense for a child, the way they perceive life when it's put under scrutiny as an adult, doesn't work. I'll give you a real simple example. Part of the allegation is he's trying to have sex with her in bed when grandma's laying right next to her. She doesn't quite understand how this doesn't really seem to work. I mean, just as simple, when you have sex, even with your spouse, you do it behind closed doors. So you're going to tell me a pervert pedophile is going to do it right next to his spouse? In the mind of a child, that makes sense. That's just a touch of it. Please pay attention to the details. Every witness that gets up there, ask yourself, is this just repeating the same allegation with some credentials? Or is this actually evidence of it? Because they didn't do anything. What would happen is if they would have done the investigation on this, it would have removed Ron farther and farther and farther away. But by doing no investigation, they can claim ignorance now. We didn't do it for. You know, they're going to give you a bunch of why they didn't do a SANE, why they didn't do DNA, why they didn't, do forensics on computers and devices. They're going to give you excuses. The reality of it is they just didn't like what it's going to show because it's going to be a goose egg. I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty because he didn't do this. I am sorry, this is the 21st century. He's suffering because it's the 21st century. This needs to be over. This is a not guilty. Thank you.
All right. First witness for the state.
Allison Steger.
Did you get sworn in the clerk's office? All right. Have a seat right over there, please. All right. You may inquire.
Can you state your name for the record?
Allison Steger,
And can you spell your last name?
Steger.
Allison, did you watch any of what's happened so far on YouTube in the room out there?
No,
Now, Allison, how old are you?
12,
When's your birthday?
July 1st,
What year?
2010,
What grade are you in at school?
7th.
Now, as we talk this morning,
Try to keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
as we talk this morning, I need you to talk loud enough so that I can hear you.
Okay,
And as we talk this morning, can you promise that if I say something that's not correct, that you will correct me?
yes,
And if Mr. Bliley says something when he's questioning you that's not correct, will you correct him?
yes,
Now, I'm going to start with a silly question, but are you married, Allison?
no.
What are your parents' names?
Johnny Steger and Tiffany Bertram.
Do you have brothers or sisters?
Yeah, I have one sister and one brother.
Turn that unit on.
And what are your siblings' names? Like, what's your brother's name and your sister's name?
Caitlin and Grayson
And
Steger.
who's the oldest?
Caitlin,
Caitlin's older. Do you know Ronald Shepard?
yes.
How do you know him?
My grandpa,
Do you see
You
Ronald?
need to speak up, please. Keep your voice up.
You got to talk louder, okay?
okay,
Do you see Ronald in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you point to him? Please let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
So ordered.
And how long have you known Ronald?
My whole life,
Now, I want to go back to the summer of 2021. Between June 1st and November of 2021, did you spend the night at Grandma and Grandpa's house a lot?
yes.
How often would you stay there?
Pretty much every weekend.
Where do you usually sleep at Grandma and Grandpa's?
In my room that I had there, their guest room.
Around June of 2021, were you staying with Grandma and Grandpa?
Yes.
And why were you going over there and staying on weekends?
To help serve food at auctions.
Did you earn extra money for doing that?
Yeah.
Do you recall an evening when things at Grandma and Grandpa's changed for you?
Yes.
What were you doing?
We were watching Home Alone 2
Where were you watching Home Alone 2?
in my room.
You were in your room?
Yeah, their guest bedroom.
And was anyone else in your room with you watching the movie?
Ron was.
And tell me what happened.
He touched my butt, and then he got up and checked to make sure my grandma wasn't like paying any attention or anything, and then he touched my vagina, and I told him that I didn't like it or whatever, and then we finished the movie, and we went back in the living room with my grandma.
Now, I want to back up and I want you to tell me, what were you wearing?
I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, like athletic shorts.
So were they tight or explain how they fit you?
They had like the built-in underwear or whatever in them, and they were like, they weren't tight, like.
And did he put his hand on top of the shorts or below the shorts?
Below.
How did that make you feel?
Uncomfortable.
And what did you do?
I told him it made me feel uncomfortable, and then he said that it was fine.
And how long did it last?
Half an hour, 45 minutes maybe.
And then what happened?
The movie ended, so we went back in the living room with my grandma.
Now, after that first night, did anything happen after that night?
Yes.
What happened after that first night?
Then he would start asking me to come in his bedroom at night when my grandma was there, and my grandma would be asleep the whole time. And I'd go in there, and he'd touch my vagina and make me touch his penis.
Okay. Did he touch you, would your clothes be on or off?
Off. I'd have a shirt on, but I wouldn't have any, like, bottoms on.
Okay, and how would he get you to come into the bedroom?
Well, like, everybody would go to bed, like my grandma, him, and me, and then I'd wait like half an hour to 45 minutes, and I'd like play a game on his phone or something or watch YouTube, and then when I knew my grandma was asleep, I would go in there to make sure she was asleep, so I gave it time.
And did you go in to give the phone back? Or
No.
Okay.
I went in there, and then he would start touching me.
Now, you talked about his penis,
Mm-hmm.
and what would you do to him?
Touch it.
How would you touch it?
Normal? I don't understand the question.
Okay. Did you do anything particular with your hand?
Just like touched it. I don't know.
Did he show you
You're gonna have
how?
to keep your voice up. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
Did he show you how to touch him?
No.
Did he tell you what to do?
No, he kind of just put my hand there.
Did anything happen when you did that?
Yeah.
What happened?
White stuff would come out. And if it didn't, he'd be mad at me the next, like, days or whatever, like, the whole time I was there. So,
Did you know what the white stuff was when that happened the first time?
no.
Did you talk to him about that?
No.
Did he tell you what it was?
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
He told me it was cum.
Now, where would this mostly happen at?
My grandma and his room. Like, their bedroom.
Now, was Grandma working during this time?
No, she was there. Well, yes, she was working, sorry.
Okay. And what shift did Grandma work?
I don't know, I think second shift. She would leave at like 9:30 in the morning or something, or sometimes 9:30, sometimes after lunch, and then she wouldn't come home till like 11:30 late at night.
So she got home about 11:30 at night?
Yes.
Okay. Did Grandpa ever show you any kind of videos?
Yes.
Where did he show you videos?
Like on?
Yeah, I'm sure. What were you watching? What was it? A phone, a tablet, a TV?
A phone and a tablet. He had his phone that my grandma knew about, and then he bought a separate tablet that she did not know about.
And what kind of videos was he showing you?
Inappropriate ones, like people having sex.
Did you ever tell him no?
He would try and get me to watch it with him, and I wouldn't. Because it made me feel really uncomfortable.
Now, when the defendant would do these things to you, did you get anything special? Did anything special happen?
He would let me play on his phone or tablet, like when my grandma was asleep till like 3 in the morning or whatever, and he would like let me play games and stuff, and he wouldn't be mad at me.
So if you didn't want him to do it, would he be mad at you?
Yeah, he would come in my room and take the phone or tablet away, and then the next morning when I got up, he would be mad at me and just be mad at everything. And we used to go to like a tire place with one of his friends, and I liked going there because people were nice or whatever, and he would go there and not take me as like punishment.
What happened? Was there something that happened at Skyline that had to do with medicine when the defendant was mad at you?
Yes.
What happened there?
Objection. Foundation. Well, overruled. You may answer.
You can answer.
Okay. He said that I needed to start coming back to his house again, and that I needed to come over and spend the night more because I had stopped going because it was making me feel more uncomfortable, and I just didn't like it or whatever. And he told me that I was going to make him have a heart attack, and then he had to take blood pressure medicine.
Now, when he's letting you play on his phone and on his tablet, were you allowed to do that stuff at home?
No.
Allison, why didn't you tell anyone when this started?
Because I thought it was my fault.
Why did you think it was your fault?
I don't know.
And what did he tell you? Did he tell you anything? If you told, did he tell you what would happen?
He said I would be the one in trouble.
Do you remember about what time, when it was that you quit going to Grandma and Grandpa's house?
It was like beginning more towards the year, like
I didn't hear that. Try to speak up.
it was like before summer, or like around the start of summer.
The next year?
Yeah.
Was there a birthday party around November of 21 that you went to?
No, I'm not allowed to go to friends' parties.
Now, did the defendant still come to your house even though you quit going over there?
Yes.
I'm going to go to March 10th of 22. Do you remember coming home from school that day?
Yes.
How do you get home from school?
I ride the bus.
And do you remember him being there when you got home?
Yes.
Who else was there?
My sister and my brother and maybe my mom. I'm not for sure about that because he was babysitting, so I don't know if she had previously left or if she was leaving. I don't remember that part.
But at some point, Mom wasn't there.
Yes, she was not there.
Did you speak with the defendant that day?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
We were getting ready to go or whatever, and he told me to come say goodbye, and I did, because like that's just normal. And he told me that he wanted me to start coming back over, and I said no, I don't like what you do to me. And then my sister walked out of her room, and he just left.
After he left, did you speak to Caitlin, your sister?
Yes.
What happened there?
She talked. I tried.
Overruled.
Okay. She came into my room and she asked me what we were talking about, and I tried to deny, like, because she heard me say, like, I don't like what you do to me, and she wanted to, like, to know what he was doing, and I kept saying he's not doing anything or whatever, and I eventually gave in and just told her.
Now, after you told Caitlin what was happening, what happened next?
She told me that I had to tell somebody, and I told her that I couldn't. So she said she would tell my dad.
Objection, Judge Lilly, all hearsay.
I'll sustain that, it would be hearsay.
So, at some point, was the decision made that Caitlin was going to tell?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you want to tell anybody, Allison?
I couldn't.
Why not?
Because it hurts.
After Caitlin talked to your mom and things, did you talk with Mom?
Yeah.
And do you remember going to the Mayerson clinic and talking with somebody there?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross?
Yes.
No tissues there.
My name's Adam, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
And if there's anything you don't understand, let me know, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to tell you something. Sometimes I talk loud, okay? And I apologize if it sounds like I'm yelling at you. I just don't hear very well, okay?
Okay.
But what I'd ask is also keep your voice up, okay?
Mhm.
Because, again, I can't hear very well.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I'm going to jump around a little bit.
Okay.
Because something that came out when she was asking, the prosecutor was asking a question, she said, do you remember March 10, I think you said 2021, 2 years ago, right?
No.
Was I wrong? Was it 2020? I don't remember.
It's 2022.
2020, a year ago. And what caught me odd was you actually knew that actual date, March 10, 2022. How did you know that date? Did you ever talk to the prosecutor about it?
Like, talk about what happened on that date?
No, the date itself. Did you ever talk to the prosecutor about it?
I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
Okay, has the prosecutor ever talked to you? Let me back way up. I assume you've talked to people about what happened, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you've talked to the prosecutor, the lady on the right?
Yes.
Okay, when was the last time you talked to her?
Friday.
Friday. Okay. What happened? What happened Friday?
We went over the questions that she was going to ask me today, and she brought me in here to show me what the courtroom looked like.
Okay. Were you sitting in that chair?
I did, yes.
Okay. So when she's asking you the questions today, you knew what questions she was going to ask you, right?
Yes.
And you know what responses to give, right?
Yes, because I know what happened to me.
I understand that. Man, what I'm asking you is, you rehearsed it with the prosecutor, right?
She asked me the questions and I gave her an answer, yes.
Okay. Now, how long did that go on for that question? When did you come on here?
When did I come here?
Yeah, Friday. I'm sorry, Friday.
It was in the morning. Like,
Okay, do you have any idea when you left?
before lunch, like 10:30, 11.
You were here a couple hours?
Yeah, it was only
Okay.
a few hours.
Walk me through. When you got here, who met you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't know at what point we're getting into attorney work product, and this is...
Well, I'm going to rule that. I'll give you a little leeway, but I mean, let's move on. Let's get to the point. Go ahead. I'll overrule the objection for now.
Okay, so you met with the prosecutor. Who else did you meet with?
Heather.
Who is Heather?
She's another lady who was there when I was being questioned.
No, I don't want to cut you off. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Now remember, I don't know everybody at all. So when I ask, I'm clueless. If you,
I don't know what, like, she's a therapist or something. I don't know what her, like, job is. She just works here and I trust her.
That's fair. And I'm taking a guess you also talked to her about what happened.
Yeah, she was there when we were going over questions.
Okay. And was there anybody else? Was there a police officer or anybody else?
No, it was me, my sister Caitlin, my mom, her, and Heather.
Okay. Now, was there anything different about the questions that the prosecutor asked you now than what she asked you Friday?
No.
Okay. Did she talk to you about your answers? The
No.
prosecutor.
She asked me if there was anything else that she needed to know about my answers or anything that I would like to add.
I want to walk you through when you first made this disclosure, okay? Do I understand correctly the first person you told was your sister?
Yes.
Okay, so see if I understand this correctly. Remember, I wasn't there, I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? So, if I understand correctly, you were having a conversation with your grandpa,
Yes.
and your sister then came up and asked you about the conversation, right?
Yes.
And you then told her what was said and what's going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave her the whole gist of the conversation.
Yes.
Now, from there, I think you told your mother, did I understand it correctly?
No.
Okay. Who else did you tell?
I only told my sister, and my sister was the one to tell my father, and my father told my mother.
Okay, did you ever talk to your mom and dad about this?
I talked to my mom about it.
Okay, did you ever talk to your dad about it?
No, because I didn't feel comfortable talking to my dad about it.
Okay, and at some point, you ended up talking to a social worker.
Yes.
Do you happen to know their name?
No. It was a long time ago.
Okay, do you remember how many social workers you talked to?
One.
I'm sorry.
One.
Do I also understand you even talked to maybe a doctor or you met with a doctor at some point?
I went to Children's Hospital and I talked to a woman, and then there was another lady there, but I didn't really talk to her about anything.
Okay, okay. So, you went there, and after that, there's about, if I remember correctly, if I say this right, there's about a year gap between last Friday, and when you met with the social workers, somewhere about there. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. Humor me when I say about a year. I'm not real sure. Okay?
Okay.
Before Friday, who did you talk to about you testifying? Yeah, before Friday. Talk to anybody Thursday or Wednesday?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to ask.
If you've ever, last week, did you ever talk to anybody, your mom, anybody, a police officer, anybody else about testifying today?
Yes.
Okay, who did you talk to?
I'd been here previously before Friday, and we talked about it, like, the first time I was here, and then my mom talked about, oh, we are going to do this, and she told me what date we were doing it, but that's it.
It sounds like you were getting prepared to testify today. It's called witness breath.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't get me wrong, that's what you do at trial. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And would it be fair to say, it sounds like you were getting prepared for testimony today, right?
Yes.
Now I'm going to jump around a little bit, okay? Do you remember when you went and talked to the social worker? There was a video of it. You were sitting in the room. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Like where I talked to a lady at Children's?
Yes.
Yes, I do remember
I
that.
think we call it the Marison.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Are
Yeah.
we saying the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I remember. You sat down and talked to her.
Yeah.
Okay. And I also remember you told her that your grandfather tried to put his penis in you several times, right?
Yes.
Okay, if I understand correctly, seems like everything happened in his bedroom, or most things happened in his
Yes.
bedroom. Okay, and I think you said that your pants were down and his pants were down when he was trying this.
Yes.
Okay, and I don't remember if you were afraid or he was afraid that Grandma would wake up.
Both.
Right? You were both afraid because she's
Yes.
laying right there.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to switch to see if I understand it. That your grandfather, I'm going to now talk about a phone and the tablet.
Okay.
Now, first of all, I don't know tablets very well, okay? Do you know what kind of tablet we're talking about?
It was from Walmart.
It's fair to say.
It was like a Google tablet, it was set up like a phone basically, like just a big phone.
I think what you just, remember, I can't hear well, okay? I think what you just said is it's like a big phone.
Yeah, it was set up the same as his phone.
And it's like you can watch things on the internet, like
Yeah.
movies, Netflix, things
Yeah.
like that. Okay. Now, do I understand correctly that he is showing you know what pornography is?
Yes.
Okay. That he's showing you pornography on this tablet?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears.
Okay.
You have a history of lying, don't you?
Objection.
Overruled.
You have a history of lying, right?
About what that you know of is what?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't live at your house, but
Yes, I do have a history of lying, but it's not about big things.
I mean, your mom, as I understand it, even had a name for you. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Okay. You also have a history of stealing things, don't you?
From my own house? Yes.
Okay, well, let me back up. Right before you disclosed, your grandpa caught you stealing money from him, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Didn't?
No, I never stole money from him.
Okay. You have no idea. How about under between the mattress? Any idea what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Okay, where'd the money between the mattress come from?
He put it there.
Okay. How did you know it was there then?
Because he showed me.
Tell me about it. How did he show you? the
He
money?
went and got money from under the mattress one time, and I was in the room when he did it.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
He went and got money from under the mattress one time, and I was in there when he did.
Okay. So, when is it okay? You said you stole it from your own family. So when is it okay to steal and when is it not?
It's not.
I think you just said it was okay to steal from your own family.
I said I did. I didn't say it was okay.
Okay. Okay. You've been in trouble before for lying, haven't you?
Yeah?
Okay. I mean, quite frequently by both your mom and dad?
Why? How is this relevant?
Now, do I understand? I'm going to switch again back to the marriage. When you talked to him, you said that as far as your grandpa trying to have sex with you, that happened many times, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I think you even said that he made you get on top of him. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and it hurt you real bad, right?
It hurt, yes.
Okay, okay. Trying to cut some things out here, ma'am. I'm sorry. I want to see if I understand. So you're telling me you've never stolen anything from your grandfather or grandmother?
I'm going to object. This has
I'm
been
going to
asked.
sustain that. That's going beyond the scope of what's appropriate under the rule.
Okay. I'm looking at your notes. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Are you okay? Allison, you talked to me a couple times about this case, haven't you?
Yes.
Have I ever told you what to say?
No.
What did I tell you is the most important rule about testifying?
Be honest and truthful.
Objection.
Overruled.
Did Sergeant Detective Vinnie Antonor ever tell you what to say?
No, I've never met him.
What about Ashley at the Mayerson Center? Did she tell you what to say?
No.
And that person that you referred to, Heather, she's a victim advocate. Has she ever told you what to say?
No.
What about Mom? Did she tell you what to say?
No.
What about your sister?
No.
Now, Mr. Bliley made a big deal about some lies that you have told.
Yes.
What have you lied about?
I have lied about taking things from my sister, about not cleaning my room, not doing my homework, hanging out with one of my friends that my mom didn't like.
Okay, so are you lying about what your grandfather did to you?
No.
Now, you testified that you took something from your own house.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
I used to go in my sister's room and I would wear her clothes, or I would take one of her things that I thought was cool that I would like and I wasn't allowed to have, so I would take it out of her room, or I would just go look around in my parents' room and see what they had and be a snoop.
So when you say that you've stolen stuff from your own home, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Have you heard, do you understand how serious it would be for you to tell a lie here today?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Thank you. No recross unless, she didn't bring up anything beyond the scope of what you asked, and so there's not permitted.
I understand, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Go with Erica.
Next witness?
Caitlin Stager. Your Honor, may we approach?
Sorry, Judge.
Yes, you may.
Sorry.
Hold on a minute.
Sorry, Judge.
Go ahead and put us on the
Yes.
bench mode. All right, you can come on around.
Please stand in front and face the judge. Face him, please.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? All right, have a seat right over there, please. All right, please keep your voice up when you're testifying and then speak into that microphone. You may inquire.
I think you can probably slide it here. Can you please state your name for the record?
Caitlin Steger,
And can you spell your last name?
Steger.
And Caitlin, have you watched any of the trial on YouTube this morning?
No.
Caitlin, how old are you?
16,
What grade of school are you in?
junior in high school, sophomore in college.
And do you know Allison Steger?
Yes,
How do you know her?
she's my younger sister.
And what are your parents' names?
John Steger and Tiffany Bertram.
Do you and Allison get along?
Yes.
Have you always gotten along?
No.
Has she taken things from your room without permission before?
A few times.
Do you know Ronald Shepard?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Grandfather.
And do you see Ronald in the courtroom today?
Yes, in the flannel.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
So ordered.
Caitlin, I want to talk about March the 10th of 22. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
And did you go to school that day?
Yes.
How did you get home from school?
I rode the bus.
Was Allison with you when you got home, or did she come later?
She came later.
Who was at your house when you got home?
My mother.
Who else?
Ron then showed up later after I had been, like maybe 15 minutes afterwards.
Was Grayson there?
Yes, he was.
And when you, why was Ronald at the house?
To help me watch Grayson so I did not babysit him by myself.
And when you got home from school, what did you do?
I did my normal routine. I dropped my book bag in my room, got a snack or drink, socialized with whoever was in the room.
Keep your voice up and lean closer to the mic if you would, please. Thank you.
And when Allison got home from school, her bus comes later than yours?
Yes, because I attend the high school.
Okay, so when she got home from school, what did she do?
She did her normal routine as well of dropping something in the room and then getting a snack or drink or whatever she wanted.
Now, at some point,
Yes, you're going to have to speak up because you're trailing off. Let me explain to you, it's, when you're talking to a person, it's easy to get into a conversation we're just having like we're sitting in the living room, but you need to project your voice so everyone over there and I and people over here can hear you.
Okay.
So make sure you speak closer to the mic and keep your voice up.
Okay.
So would you repeat that last question, please?
now at some point, did you notice Ronald and Allison talking with each other?
Yes,
And where did that conversation take place?
the front door.
And did you hear any of the conversation?
I heard the last few moments.
What? Did anything that you heard, did it give you concern, or
Yes,
what did you hear that gave you concern?
I heard Allison say, "I do not like what you do to me," and that raised concern to me.
And did Ronald leave after that?
Shortly after, yes.
Now, at some point, did you go to Allison and speak with her?
Yes,
And how long after you heard the conversation between Allison and Ronald did you go to Allison?
15 to 30 minutes later.
And what did you ask her about?
I asked her if there's anything she wanted to tell me or anything that I would need to know, and she continued to deny it, and I confronted her about the conversation I heard.
Wait a minute.
Objection.
Okay, I'm going to overrule because the declarant has already testified and been subject to cross-examination, and this is to explain the witness's actions. So you may continue.
I'm not going to object to it. I respect your will. That's
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right, you may continue.
You went to her and asked her what was going on, and then what?
She told me nothing was going on, but then I continued to question her, and I mentioned what I had heard her say to me.
You mentioned what you heard Allison say?
Yes,
Okay. And when you say what you heard Allison say, are you talking about the conversation at the front door?
yes,
Okay. And did Allison finally tell you what was going on?
yes, she did.
And when she told you what was going on, did she ask you to tell, or what did she say about that?
She asked me not to tell anybody, but I explained to her that I would have to tell someone and let somebody know.
Why did she tell you she didn't want you to tell?
She was afraid she would get in trouble.
When Allison and you were talking, what did you observe about Allison?
She started to cry, and she was kind of shaky, and she was just really out of it.
Now, based on what Allison told you, what did you do next?
I explained to her that I would be telling somebody, and then after dinner, when my father was home, I told him what Allison had told me.
Did Allison want you to tell Dad when he got home?
She did not want to, but she knew it had to be done.
Now, you said, I'm going to go back. When you heard the conversation at the front door, you said that you suspected something. And why did you suspect something?
Because she said, "I don't like what you do to me," and I honestly had no other idea what it would be besides him doing something inappropriate.
Did you stay at Grandma and Grandpa's house a lot when you?
No, I did not.
Do you have cousins?
Yes.
And did you all have sleepovers over there, things like that?
Not regularly, no.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
yes, Your Honor. Is it Caitlin? Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Adam. It's a couple of simple questions, okay? One, there's something called witness prep. Did you talk to the prosecutor about your testimony to him?
Yes.
Okay, was that Friday by any chance?
Yes.
Okay, you went through the questions and answers, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I want to, you know it was important about saying the words, what, I don't like what you do to me or did to me. You knew that was important, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now I'm going to switch. Do you remember talking to a police officer about this situation, about this conversation?
No, I did not talk to a police officer.
Remember talking to anybody about this conversation? Besides the prosecutor, sorry.
No, I did not.
You've never talked to anybody about this except for the prosecutor Friday?
Correct.
Fine, Mark. Now, you've described this conversation as whispering, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who did you describe it as whispering to?
I did describe it to the prosecutor's office on Friday as whispering.
Okay. And this was whispering between your sister and your grandma, right?
Correct.
I'm going to switch. You know your sister has a history of lying, doesn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that to the form of the question. I think it's appropriate for specific instances.
Sorry, sir. I'm trying to hear you. I think
You can inquire as to specific instances, but to describe it in general terms as a history is, I think, beyond the scope of what's permitted under the rule.
Can you give me specific instances of when your sister has been caught lying?
I'm going to object. I don't think that's how it works.
Now, you're supposed to cross-examine and ask about specific instances if you have them. So sustained.
How about stealing? Have you ever talked to your sister about stealing?
I'm going to object to talking to her about stealing.
Sustained.
You ever caught your sister stealing?
I'm going to object.
Sustained. You can inquire into specific instances of lying, okay? That's the scope that you're permitted to do. So if you have any questions on that, you can proceed with those.
I think you said ask your next
You can,
question.
under the rule, you're permitted to ask about specific instances of lying. That's the permission that you have under the rule.
Judge, is it possible to approach because I want to make sure I stay within your rule?
Okay. It's not my rules, it's the evidence rules.
I'm sorry. You're
All right, you may continue.
Now, I don't know if you know, I just talked to your sister, so I'm trying to shorten this. I apologize if I've already asked you this. I think you said that the conversation was whispered. We're talking about this conversation with your grandfather and your sister. Did I just ask you that?
Can you restate it, please? I'm not quite sure I understood your wording.
Okay, what I'm asking you is the conversation that you overheard, that was all whispered, am I correct?
Yes.
Gotcha. Now, ma'am, I'm gonna switch on you a little bit. My understanding is you actually talked to a female officer. Am I wrong on this?
You are wrong.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Yes. Caitlin, do you remember talking to Erica Engel at the sheriff's office? She wouldn't be in a police uniform.
I personally did not talk to her.
You don't remember speaking to her maybe on the phone?
No.
Objection. Who's asked and answered?
Sustained.
Do you remember going with your mom to the sheriff's office?
No.
You and I spoke about what you were going to testify to today on Friday, is that correct?
Yes.
Did I tell you what your answers should be?
No.
Did I tell you what to say?
No.
What did I tell you was the number one rule about testifying?
Tell the truth.
Are you telling the truth here today?
Yes, I am.
I have no further questions.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Go ahead, Lee. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. It's just a little bit before noon, but I know most of you have been here since 8 or even before, so we'll take a break now for lunch. When you return, come back to the jury room by 1 o'clock, so we can, a couple minutes earlier, because we want to try to get started promptly at 1. Now, during the break, you can go wherever you want for lunch. Again, remember the instructions of the court not to speak about this among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Don't attempt to obtain any information outside the courtroom through the internet or other sources. Don't discuss it among yourselves. And again, when you return back, go to the jury room. I'll also tell you that when we get to the point where you'll deliberate, you won't be permitted to have your cell phones with you. So if you can bring them back, we collect them and keep them in a bag and then give them to you after your deliberations are concluded. So if you want to plan on that, leaving them somewhere else or not, that's up to you. I just wanted to give you that heads up. All right, so it's 11:52, 1 o'clock.
Please rise.
All right, we're back on record on case number 23 CR 027 Stable Ohio versus Ronald W. Shepard. Still in the state's case. Your next witness.
Tiffany Bartram. Tiffany.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
All right, just have a seat over there behind that rail that has a microphone on it. Just keep your voice up and speak into that, please. All right, you may inquire.
Please state your name for the record.
Tiffany Bertram,
And can you spell your last name?
Bertram.
And have you watched any of this trial on YouTube while you've been waiting?
No,
Now, Tiffany, are you married?
no.
Tell me about your relationship.
I've been with my children's father for 19 years, since 2004,
His name is,
John Steger,
and you've already said you have children. How many?
3.
And what are their names?
Caitlin, Allison, and Grayson.
And Tiffany, are you employed?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
I provide care for my special needs son.
And that would be Grayson?
Yes,
Do you know Ronald Shepard?
yes I do.
How do you know him?
He married my mother. They started dating when I was 13.
And what's your mother's name?
Vicki Shepard.
And do you see Ronald Shepard in the courtroom today?
I do.
Please let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
So,
I want to talk with you about March the 10th of 22. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what you were doing that afternoon?
I do.
Go ahead and tell us about that.
I had a scheduled doctor's appointment for that day, around 2:30 or 3 o'clock that afternoon, and then I had scheduled plans to meet a friend for dinner afterwards.
So when you made that plan, did you contact the defendant to come to your home?
I did.
And why is that?
He was a good support system. My parents at the time offered help or assistance in taking care of my son so I could get medical attention for things I had going on.
And who else was at your home that day?
My daughter, Caitlin, she had just gotten home from school prior to me leaving.
Now, at some point in the evening, let me back up just a step. So Caitlin gets home, so Ronald, Caitlin, and Grayson are all at your house?
Yes,
And then did you leave?
yes,
Okay. At some point that evening, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And who did you receive a phone call from?
John Steger.
And just, what was the basic nature of the phone call?
I received a phone call, and he said that our oldest daughter, Caitlin, had witnessed and had a conversation with my youngest daughter, Allison, and that there was inappropriate things happening between her and her grandfather.
Okay. And did you go home shortly after that?
I went home directly. I left my meal on the table.
And about what time did you get home, do you recall?
About 9:30,
When you arrived home, what happened?
I had a conversation with my kid's father. We discussed what we knew of at that moment and decided the next morning that we would be calling the sheriff's office and filing a report.
Now, let's go to the next morning. Did you allow Allison to stay home that day?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
Well, I needed to get more information because she was in bed when I arrived home the night before. So I honestly needed to just talk to my daughter and actually get information from her firsthand. And I also wanted my mother by my side to help me discuss that with her that morning.
Did you contact your mom?
I did.
And this would be Vicki that you were talking
Yes,
to? Did Vicki come to your home?
she did,
And
right away.
what happened when she came to your home?
When she arrived at my home, I explained to her what little I knew and asked her to be the support I needed in my life at that moment for my daughter, her granddaughter, and asked her to be there and help me through just dealing with everything.
Did the two of you sit down with Allison?
We did.
And did Allison talk with you about what had happened?
She did, after a few questions. She was kind of hesitant at first, but we just instructed her that we were there and nothing she could say would get her in trouble, but she needed to let us know what has happened.
Now, and Vicki was sitting with you in this?
Yes, we were seated on my living room sofa, and Allison was seated between us.
And how did Vicki react to that?
She was very emotional. She was sobbing in tears She was apologizing, saying that she felt horrible that
Objection.
she had allowed.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I'll sustain that, and the jury should disregard that.
Without saying what Vicki said. We'll just move forward. After the conversation, after you and Vicki spoke with Allison and she told you what had been happening, what did you next do?
After we had the conversation, I went with Vicki. She removed her clothing and her belongings from her home. We went to the bank. She withdrew her cash, closed her accounts, and packed up her stuff to go stay at my older sister's home.
Now, at some point, did you discover that Vicki did not, in fact, stay away from the defendant's home?
She stayed away for one night.
Objection, Judge.
I'll sustain that. That's, jury will disregard that.
So, after the conversation with Vicki and Allison, did you make contact with the sheriff's office?
I did.
And at some point, did you take Allison to Cincinnati Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Now, prior to March the 10th of 22, when you were told that this was happening, did you suspect that something was going on?
I did.
Why?
The nature of their relationship didn't seem natural.
Objection, Judge.
Um,
This is, I'm sorry, sir.
Approach, please. The objection as to the form of that question. You may rephrase and continue.
Tiffany, did you notice anything about how the defendant, Allison, acted around one another that gave you pause or gave you concern?
Yes.
And what did you notice about that?
The constant need for her to want to be asked to come to their house, and when I would say no, it was how he would try to convince me to change my mind.
Did Allison want to stay there a lot in June of 21?
In the beginning.
Overruled.
And then you said in the beginning, but then what?
Things started changing. She started saying no, just outright refusal.
Would you speak with the defendant on the phone about that?
I did.
And what happened in those conversations?
He would ask me to put her on the phone so that he could speak with her directly, because he was trying to change her mind.
Did you ever question, was there anything about Allison's behavior during this time period that gave you concern?
Yes.
What?
She was looking up adult pornography on electronic devices, and that is something that just isn't present in our home. And that raised a lot of concern of where she would even have that idea at that age.
Did you ask Allison about
I did,
your suspicions?
and
Objection.
Sustain.
I'm sorry. What did
He
you-
objected, and I sustain the objection. You asked if she asked her about that. And she said, is what I objected to, she was going to give hearsay testimony.
May we approach?
Judge, you. We're stuck. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll check on Ms. Hill and see how she's feeling. So you go ahead and we'll take a 10-minute break here. If you want to go ahead and walk around, and we'll turn the air conditioning back up again. Yeah.
Please rise.
Ms. Hill, you're okay now? All right, thank you. All right, you may continue, Ms. Collins, with your direct.
Just to get us back where we were talking about the relationship or interactions between Allison and the defendant, do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on what you saw and what you observed between the defendant and Allison, did you have suspicions?
Yes.
What were those suspicions?
That something was going on during their alone time.
Did you question Allison about what was going on?
Yes.
And what did she tell you that anything was going on?
She denied it several times.
When you say Allison's behavior was bad during this time period, what do you mean?
There was a lot of acting out, not just at home, but at school and at family members' homes. She was very agitated.
Judge, I'm going to renew my objection on 404B.
I'm going to overrule that.
I think you said overruled, sir.
Overruled,
Yes,
yes.
sir.
You can continue. She was very agitated.
She was very agitated all the time, seemed on the edge at home, very unhappy, depressed. She was isolating herself in her room, listening to music, and just pure isolation for several months.
Did you catch Allison maybe doing some things that she wouldn't be allowed to do at your home?
Yes, multiple times.
Like what?
Looking up pornography on YouTube.
Did you allow Allison to attend a birthday party around November of 2021?
No, Allison's not allowed to attend friends' birthday parties and other people's homes without her parents.
Have there been occasions that Allison has lied to you about things?
Of course, she's a child.
Give us some examples, specific examples of some things.
Maybe doing her homework and it not be complete, or saying she completed her laundry and put it away, but maybe hid it in her closet till the next day. Following through on her chores and they not be completed. Just simple things that kids tend to tell a fib about.
If you know, did your mom have a job in 2021?
Yes.
And do you know where she worked?
She's been employed at Formica.
Do you know what shift she worked there from June to November of 2021?
Second shift from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And finally, do you know if your mom takes any prescription medication?
Yes.
Overruled.
And what would that be?
Ambien to help with sleep, cholesterol medicine. I believe that was it that I'm aware of.
further questions.
Cross?
Can you give me just a second, Judge? Can you read it? I understand. Yeah, my name's Adam. If I ask you something you don't understand, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
Now, my understanding, can you tell me when she started acting out? I'm sorry, Allison.
What do you, I mean, all kids act out throughout their entire life.
I guess what I was referring to is when the prosecutor was talking to you, there was a time period that you got concerned about what she was doing,
Correct.
okay? Can you tell me when that started approximately?
I would say the summer of 2020.
Okay, and that's when she got caught stealing Grandpa's money, right?
My daughter's never been accused.
Objection.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, I'm going to sustain that as counsel approach. You may continue.
Okay, my understanding, I'm going back to this, the acting of odd. I don't know if that was the word, I'm sorry. I don't want to miscategorize it. You know what, when the prosecution was talking to you about she acted differently, does that work? I don't know what words you're using.
Yes, her behavior changed over that summer.
I'll call it changed behavior, okay? Tell me what you did about it. Did you take her to see a psychologist or a psychiatrist?
I sat down and talked to my daughter like every parent would,
Okay.
and she denied anything happening.
One thing I don't want to do is talk over you. If I start to ask you questions before you're finished, please tell me, let me finish, okay? I apologize for doing that. You talked to her. My impression, maybe you're wrong, was that you found this pretty serious.
Found what serious?
This change in conduct in her.
Of course, what parent wouldn't find a change in behavior in their child serious?
But my concern is, it was so serious. Did you see a doctor over it?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see?
It was a behavioral change. My daughter was not hurting herself.
Okay. So
She was isolating.
I understand.
Children do that as they mature.
I understand. So, did you talk to any mental health professional about it at all?
Not at all, sir. We were in the middle of COVID. You couldn't get an appointment anywhere.
So you tried to see somebody?
I contacted various counseling units that were booked over a year out to even have a new patient because we were in the middle of COVID. And at the time, we did not have medical insurance, and I could not afford to pay for medical counseling online.
I'm just trying to...
No, I'm just answering your question.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't...
Just answering your question.
One thing you don't know, I have a hard time hearing.
I'll speak up for you.
We're on the same page. So if I ask you to repeat yourself, just stand here, okay? I mean, you can have phone conversation. I'm going to strike that. I'm not going to ask go any farther than that. Okay. So as I understand it, you were very concerned about her behavioral change And you don't attribute it to anything that is going on in school, maybe?
No, not at the time. My daughter is a straight A student.
I mean, you've had problems. Give me a second. Judge, can I approach you? I just want to make
Me
sure.
or the witness?
I'm sorry.
You want to have a bench conference?
Yes.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Ma'am, Allison was prohibited from using electronic devices, right? In your home, right?
There has been times she's been grounded from using electronic devices because we use that as a source of punishment in our home.
And one of the reasons is because before this, you caught her viewing porn, right?
That's incorrect.
You've never had a problem with her with porn before this instance?
No.
I want to, how do you know that your mother takes Ambien?
Because she told me.
So, Judge, I'd like to approach you.
Well, I know what you're going to say. I'm going to overrule.
To overrule in English?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's evident from the record.
Okay. But you have no idea how much she uses it, do you?
I don't have an idea, but she has told me several stories about when she takes it.
I got it. But you don't have any idea if she takes it on a nightly basis?
She's told me she takes it on a nightly basis because she's unable to sleep.
I understand. Okay. But you personally have no idea, do you?
No, I'm not at her house at night when she gets home from work. I don't witness her actually taking the medication. I'm just going off of what she's told me.
Have you ever seen her personally take it?
No, I'm never at my mother's house at night. I'm at my own home.
Give me 1 second. And I'm going to change gears completely on you, okay?
Okay.
I wasn't there, so I'm not sure if I'm even close to what I'm about to ask you about. My understanding is your daughter, Caitlin. Okay, I think Caitlin's your older one?
She is.
Okay. You went to the police department together, am I correct?
You are correct.
Okay. I'm not sure if you were part of that or heard any of that conversation between Caitlin and a police officer.
No, I don't believe. I think they spoke in private.
Okay. Do you have any first-hand knowledge about the conversation at all? Do you understand what I'm asking you?
I mean, I understand what you're asking me, but I know I went to the sheriff's office with my daughter. We were both spoke to separately. I cannot recall overhearing a conversation between just them.
No, that's fair. I
Okay.
didn't know if you're in the same room or not.
Okay.
No, I think what you're telling me, don't know what words are. I think what you're telling me is, no, she went and talked to a police officer one-on-one, and you also talked to a police officer.
Yes, that's what I believe I'm remembering, yes. I don't think we were in a room together at the
Do you
time.
remember how long ago that was approximately?
Oh, that was within days of filing the report.
Okay. Any further questions, Your Honor?
Redirect.
I'm going to go back to something Mr. Wiley asked you. He asked you if you caught Allison looking at pornography prior to this time period. Did you hear that question?
I did. I'm trying to think. I mean, this is a couple years ago. I mean, if it did happen,
Do you remember catching her looking at pornography?
I know that she looked at various things online, and it wasn't just pornography. It was looking up words that she would hear on the bus from the older classmen.
And do you remember specifically pornography?
Yes.
And when was that? Do you remember a time period that you found that out?
Maybe 6 months prior to me knowing that this had occurred.
Okay, so 6 months prior to March of 22?
Yes.
So September, October, somewhere
Yes,
around
somewhere around that
there,
area.
of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say that you and Caitlin went to the sheriff's office, when was that?
That was, I would say, within a week or so after the initial report was made.
So over a year ago?
Yes. Oh, yes.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Next witness.
Ashley Cremines?
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, I was.
All right, just have a seat right there, please. Pull that mic over in front of you if you would, please. Thank you. May inquire.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Ashley Cremines.
And have you been watching any of this on YouTube?
No, I have not.
Okay. Can you spell your last name for the record, please?
It's Cremeans.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
Cincinnati Children's Hospital,
And how long have you been employed there?
5 years.
What are your job responsibilities there?
I'm a social worker and a forensic interviewer.
What is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Eastern Kentucky University and a master's degree from University of Louisville.
Have you had continuing training in a particular field?
Yes, in social work credentials and in forensic interviewing.
When you say forensic interviewing, what is that?
So that is a non-leading, non-biased style of questioning of kids who are victims of sexual abuse, physical abuse, witness to violence, witness to violent crimes.
Have you been declared an expert in child forensic interviewing in any court in the state of Ohio?
Yes, I have.
Have you actually been declared an expert in this court?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I would ask the court to declare Ms. Cremines an expert in child forensic interviewing.
That's,
Objection?
yes.
All right, overruled. You so declared. May inquire. I overruled your objection.
The only thing I'm wondering, can I say something? Just, it's like a proper question time.
All right,
30
come on up.
seconds, Judge.
Come on up here. And continue, Mrs. Collins.
What is the purpose of performing an interview at the mayor's clinic?
So children are brought to our clinic at the referral of law enforcement and children's services when there's been a concern of child sexual abuse, child physical abuse, witness to domestic violence. They are brought in to have that non-leading, non-biased interview. They're evaluated for medical needs, for mental health purposes, and to have a medical evaluation by our physicians.
And during the interview, are there
So I think it's a laptop because,
Oh, lights are not
We're
on.
back, we're back
yeah.
now.
Okay, we're back.
I'm about to check that YouTube, see where we're at here.
We're
Sorry, guys. Just missing something important.
Makes no sense at all. The only way that you would like it is to just identify it all.
Thank you. Be seated, please. Okay. Just for the record, we didn't miss anything because the light went out and Ms. Cremings did not answer the questions posed. I think we did miss the question. Also, we have, the commissioners called and had the air conditioning people come to work on the air conditioner, so I'm hoping that that's going to help. So probably it'll be fixed by tonight, which will be too late for you guys, but tomorrow we'll be real comfortable. But I'm pretty warm myself. All right, go ahead.
During the interview, are there specific interview techniques that you employ?
There are.
And what are those?
Typically, when a child comes into the room, we engage in what's called rapport building, so getting to know the child that's in the room, asking about things that they like, how they like to spend their time. We do what's called a narrative practice, so having them be able to tell beginning, middle, of end of a event or time in their life, usually like a last birthday or a sporting event, something along those lines. Then we transition into the rules of the room. So I have a child, I let them know to correct me if I get something wrong that they say in the room, let them know if they don't know something that I ask them to tell me that they don't know, or if they don't remember, to do that as well. If I repeat something that they say and I get it wrong, to correct me and let me know that I got it wrong. And also that what we talk about in the room needs to be the truth and what really happened, and that I will also promise to tell them the truth while we talk today as well. And then we transition into the topic of why they're there to see me today.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you don't use leading questions, and why is that?
Because we want them to be able to talk freely about what they're there about today, so all the questions are more open-ended questions meant to be free narrative.
What is the purpose of having the crayons and the Play-Doh and all this other stuff in the room?
It allows kids to kind of shift focus with their hands to do other things. Some people like to play with Pop-Its or Play-Dohs. It allows them to kind of do a little bit to fidget. They can be nervous when they're in the room, so it allows to kind of shift that nervous energy to some other things in the room. Some kids like to draw, allows them to get some like creative energy out as well. So it gives them something else to kind of shift that nervousness to while they can talk to us while they're in there.
Now, March 15th of 22, were you asked to perform an interview of Allison Steger?
I was.
And did you prepare a report following the interview?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
May?
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the report that I completed after my interview with Allison.
And
Can I see which one that is?
It's Exhibit 1.
you have it.
It's a report.
I know, I just want to see which one she's looking at. And if we're going to go on questioning, I want to object to the questioning on it, Judge.
On the report?
If we're going to ask questions, because
Okay, well, that's a little bit ahead of the game, so, when that comes up, you can answer your question or make your objection then.
Now, did you complete this report during the ordinary course of your business as a social worker at Mayerson Children, or at the Pearson Center at Cincinnati Children's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report?
It is.
Now, according to what you recorded on the report, what is Allison's date of birth?
July 1st, 2010.
Now, on March 15th of 22, when Allison came to the Mayerson Clinic to be interviewed, what was the process?
She was brought in to the center. I met with her and her mother prior to the interview. I explained the process of the interview, that the interview is recorded, that once we got done doing the interview, she would have the opportunity to meet with the physician and the nurse afterwards, go over any medical concerns, and that I would speak with the doctor about what Allison and I spoke about that day, and we would talk about medical recommendations that the doctor would make after the interview was conducted.
And did you also record the interview?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2.
Judge, I think we agreed, I talked to the state, we agreed that it is what it purports to be. I believe you're going to refer to the interview, and I agree it's authentic.
Well, let's get it identified first, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
And State's Exhibit 2, for identification purposes, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the interview between you and Allison?
Yes, this is the flash drive our interviews are stored on.
And is that a true and accurate copy of what's contained on there of your interview?
It is.
At this time, we would ask to admit State's Exhibit 2 and publish this interview.
I think what she's asking is to play the video.
Yeah, she wants to publish it and admit it and publish it.
If we're playing it, yes, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
And again, we did agree that it was
All right.
authentic.
Yeah, thank you. All right, you may go proceed.
Mr. King is going to.
Now, for the record, we talked about this morning, you're going to stop at about, there's
We're
about
gonna
13
stop.
minutes of stuff at the end just waiting, and you're not
Yeah,
going to
there's-
play that. Okay.
Yeah, you'll see the breakup.
All right.
Is it okay if I move this way so they can see?
Yes, you go ahead and move that all the way. And I don't know, Mr. King, you may have to move away a little bit once you get that started. So that,
Getting glare from the windows.
yeah, go ahead and shut those blinds. Yeah, good idea. And maybe the ones behind us too.
Do you want to see over there where the paper is? Like I said, there's a poppin or Play-Doh, or if you want to color or draw, do that too. And like I said out here, my name's Ashley, and I'm one of the social workers here at the hospital. And it's my job to talk to people about keeping their body safe and healthy, okay? But before we do that, I just want to get to know you a little bit. So why don't you tell me some things that help me get to know you? I don't know. That's okay. So what, I've never met you before today, so what are some things that you can tell me about yourself that would help me learn a little bit about you?
I don't really say when I'm feeling alone.
Okay.
I kind of just keep to myself.
You keep to yourself? Okay.
And I don't let other people do.
Okay. I understand that. What do you like to do to spend your time? What do you like to do?
I like coloring and I like playing with my brother and my dogs.
Brother and dogs. Tell me about your dogs.
I have a little dog named Riley, and she's kind of my dog because she always lives with me, and I was the one that wanted her. And I have a pit dog named Rufus, which is the sweetest dog ever. He would never do anything to hurt anybody.
Uh-huh.
And I have a dog named Dixie that's really dumb.
A dog named Dixie that's really dumb?
She's over a year old and still can't figure out her legs.
Oh, no. She can't figure out her legs.
Yeah, she slaps with her paw all the time.
Okay.
She falls over just walking.
Okay. So what kind of dog is Dixie?
She's a mix, but like, she's part hound dog, I know that, and she's like that tall when she sits.
Okay.
She's sweet, but like if you come with her, she'll slap you and scratch you. She doesn't mean to though.
Okay.
Yeah, she like leaves our yard and stuff all the time.
She does.
Yeah, but she always comes back.
Oh, that's good.
But she gets in trouble for it.
Your dog, the Bradley, that's yours, so kind of dog is Bradley.
She's a wiener dog, but she's like really, really small.
Oh, okay.
So I can like pick her up and hold her all the time.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay. Always know you got a dog.
Gotcha. So she's like a perfect little
Yeah.
dog. Okay. And then Rufus, what kind of dog is Rufus?
He is and we've purposely got him for my little brother because he adopted him to just like have a dog for him, and he always cuddled with him and just laid when he was playing and stuff. And he always wants to play.
The big dog does?
Yeah.
Okay.
He always wants to play.
So you have your little brother has autism? Okay. How old is your little brother?
He's 7.
Okay. Gotcha. I had a job being with this too.
My dad wanted to name my brother, so we let him know.
Okay. So what's your brother's name?
Grayson.
Grayson. Okay. Sure. So other than your dogs, what else do you like to do at home?
I color a lot, and I have a job that I like to play on. And I'll sometimes when call my brother and play with him at home let me. But sometimes I just don't know, like he wants to just play, and I like to read sometimes. But I like to read the same books kind of over and over again, because like, I guess I know what's going to happen.
Okay.
And I like reading them. And I like just coloring my dogs and stuff. I don't really do a lot at home.
Okay. What are your favorite things to read?
And the kid books.
Oh, okay.
And I like to read like books about people, or like books based off of movies that I've already seen, because like I like to see what's changed.
Okay. So do you like to watch the movie first or read the book first?
Kind of depends. Like, because last year we read the books and then we watched the movies, but I've seen a lot of movies and then I find the books in the library and everything.
Okay. So when you said last year you read the books and watched the movies, was that last year? So what did you read first and watch the movies?
We read, I don't remember a lot of the names. We read Shiloh.
Okay.
We read something about a lion of Narnia.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what it's called.
Okay.
And we read some other books, but we didn't all have movies. But we read a book called Homes, which was like we watched the movie of that. But I don't remember all the names of them.
That's okay. So is that all for school that you do?
That was really last year, but like I don't like going to school.
You don't like going to school? Tell me about like going to school.
I just don't really like the people I have to be around, because a lot of them either I'm not really friends with or they're brats.
Okay.
And I don't like them. And my teachers are way different this year. They're like, well, I like math class. I do like that because my teacher makes it fun. He jokes around with us a lot. He like, if we don't understand it, he'll like try to make up something that will make us remember it.
Okay.
But I don't like my science or social studies teacher just because if we don't know something that we're supposed to know from last year, she kind of gets mad at us and raises her voice. But like, I just shouldn't need to, but she just does, and I don't like it.
Okay.
And my LA teacher, LA class is really slow. He's like kind of old and he just goes by what he's used to.
Gotcha.
And the work we do is not always like easy. He just goes by what other kids have known in the past, and I don't always know what it is because we didn't finish all of our stuff last year.
Okay.
And I don't understand some of it.
Okay. What grade are you in?
6th.
Sixth grade. Okay. So that's hard too. Transition to middle school too.
Yeah. And we have to earn recess as like a grade. And if like people are being loud and stuff, we don't get it.
Oh.
Which annoys me because I'm usually one of the quieter people, and they always get a recess taken away, and then they just still laugh off in class and get it taken away more.
Oh.
And when we start to tell them to stop, some people will just don't.
So if you don't earn your recess, what do you do instead?
I'm in math class for 3rd block, and I'm the lowest in that class. Yeah, the lowest class in general. So we usually just have our block for like extra time in our block, which I'm okay with because usually we'll joke around and stuff more. Okay. We have extra time because we can do that more.
Okay. Like do you have more class time, or is it just like a free period?
We just have more class time, but like we'll joke around more than we would in more regular class because we'll still get our stuff done, but we can have more fun while we're doing it.
Gotcha.
He has like the wheel that he spins, and we have online games and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So we usually get to do that more.
Okay. Do you have people at school that you like to hang out with, or friends with?
Yeah, I have a best friend.
Do you want to tell me about your friends with?
We only have like our small friend group of like 4 people, and I pretty much just talk to them and stuff, but like only one of them is in my class.
Okay.
But we've been best friends since kindergarten.
What do you like to do with your best friend?
I just kind of like to talk with her and stuff because we're not hanging out outside school because we doesn't like her because we were family members who's been to jail and stuff, but it wasn't his fault. Well, like, she didn't think it was his fault, but they don't, like, talk to him or that much anymore and stuff, so my mom just doesn't really like her family.
Oh, okay.
And she doesn't want me to hang out with her, she doesn't like her family, so I just get to hang out with her at school.
Gotcha. So you guys don't ever get to see each other outside of school?
Unless we're like in a dance or like stay after school together.
Do you have any friends you can hang out with outside of school?
My friend Peyton, which is like just the road next to me, but like, she's like my friend and we've known each other for so long, but she's like a dramatic person kind of, like she'll get mad easily and upset, and she'll get mad at school and like bring other people into the situation. Which like I still hang out with her and stuff, I just don't like how she does that.
Yeah, that's hard.
And she's not really like my friend group, but like she's the person that is my friend, so I still hang out with her.
Okay. Tell me about the last time you hung out with Peyton.
It was a it was a while ago, like outside of school, because we have a high system on and we do share about her and I'm hang out with mine.
Gotcha.
But the last time we hung out, we played a lot of kitty games because we just like doing that. And it's usually fun. We don't get mad at each other when we're by ourselves, so it's usually because other people are around us and we just get mad at the situation.
Okay. Like when you say like kitty games, what do you play?
We play house and like babies and stuff.
Okay.
And like a lot of my friends have phones and stuff and they don't like that kind of stuff, so we can't like talk about it.
Okay.
Because they don't, like other people will make fun of us, not my friends will, but other people will.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So when you go home from school, what do you do?
When I get home, I usually say hi to my brother and give him a moment. And then I usually have snack and watch TV or play on my tablet, and I read homework I have. I take a shower if I need one. Well, every night I need one, so I have a shower.
Yeah.
And then when I eat dinner, I usually just lie around.
Okay. So your brother's there, who else is at home when you get home from school?
My sister's usually there unless she went driving with my grandparents or she like stayed after school for sport or something.
Okay.
My mom's always there unless she has work because sometimes she has to leave earlier and let my sister watch my brother.
Okay.
My dad's sometimes there, sometimes not because it just depends what time he gets off work
Okay.
and like how bad traffic is and stuff. My dogs are over there.
Dogs are always there?
Yeah.
So sister's usually there unless she went driving with grandparents or she has sports.
Yeah.
Mom's usually there unless she has to work, and the dad's sometimes there, depending on what he gets up to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because sometimes he'll like go to his buddy's house or he'll just like he'll be home like right after me.
Okay. What's your sister's name?
Caitlin.
Caitlin. How old is Caitlin?
She's 16.
Okay. And then what's your mom's name?
Tiffany.
Tiffany. And what's dad's name?
John.
John. Okay. And then is grandma and grandpa over there? Like, how you said, take your grandma sister, are they?
They like pick us up sometimes and like get us dinner. Like I'm pretty sure it's on Sundays I always go back to their house and live their dinner or something.
Okay.
And I sometimes spend the night at their house.
Tell me about grandma and grandpa's.
They have 3 dogs and one of them is Bailey, which we had first. But because they had to get rid of her when my mom's friends did, but we all know her and she's super nice. But we didn't really need 4 dogs because our house is smaller, but it's not like super small. So we gave it to my grandparents for when one of their other dogs died because it's getting older. They always have 2 dogs and they want to get like to know it more. But Bailey's so sweet, she loves me.
Okay.
Every time I get out of the truck, she's always standing there waiting for me to better.
Okay.
They have 2 cats, but one's pretty much outside cat. They obviously let him inside, but he doesn't always want to come in. And one of them's drying, which they got from us because we have a couple of strays because someone dropped off a random cat that had babies. And I'm literally the only one that lets them pet them except for my grandparents because I just wanted to pet them so much that they just finally let me.
Okay.
And there we usually play games, watch TV. My grandpa, his neighbors have alpacas, horses, goats, and a bunch of animals. And he'll take me back there and I'm allowed to go in an alpaca pen and one of them lets me pet him a bunch.
Wow.
Yeah. And then we feed the goats branches and stuff because they'll eat anything. And the horses, they'll come, but then they'll walk right away.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds pretty interesting with all that's there. Yeah, grandma's house. Okay. Gotcha. So you go over there after church and then spend the night sometimes. Okay. Does everybody go, or like does brother and sister go with you, or just you?
No, my sister, she sometimes used to spend the night, but she doesn't really anymore, but she likes to do her boyfriend's on Sundays and stuff.
Okay.
But I'm just the only one that really spend the night.
You know how to spend it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because all my other cousins are older than me.
Okay. Gotcha. Alright. What's your favorite thing about spending the night?
I just like spending time with them because basically the last thing that I want to do when I see what we do.
Okay.
And sometimes they'll make my favorite food.
Yeah, what's your favorite?
Hamburger helper.
Hamburger helper.
Stuffing on patio.
Okay.
And then they'll they always have desserts that have a big cabinet full of candy that they let me pick stuff out of.
Okay. Is there anything about spending the night in the shower?
So when I go to sleep, I kind of get scared because they haven't been wrong, but 8 times people have been wrong on my room, so it kind of just scares me. But nothing's happened, so I don't know how I get scared. It just takes me a while to fall asleep because I get nervous as to what's gonna happen, but nothing ever does. So
Okay.
so I basically it takes me like 10 minutes and then I'm good.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. But none that's happened at your house,
No.
just other people on the street?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. But it's hard a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for telling me all that stuff about you. That really helps me learn a lot about you, get to know you. I appreciate that. So like I said, when we came in, my job is to talk to people about keeping their body safe and healthy, keeping their body safe and healthy. So as we're talking, I'm going to ask you questions, just like we've been doing. And it's important that if you don't know what I'm asking you, just do the best you can to tell me everything you know about it, just like you've been doing. And then if you don't know something, it's okay to say, I don't know. Or if you can't remember something, it's all right to tell me that you don't remember, okay? Or if I ask you a question that just doesn't make sense the way I asked it, it's all right to ask me and ask it in a different way, okay? Or if I repeat something that you said, because sometimes I like to do that just to make sure I heard you correctly. If I get it wrong, let me know so that I can get it correct, okay? It's okay to correct me and let me know I got something that you said wrong, okay? And then it's important what we talk about in here is the truth and what really happened. So while we keep talking today, will you promise to tell me the truth? Yeah, okay. And as we're talking, I promise I'll tell you the truth too, okay? So now that you know a little bit about what I talk about, tell me what you're here to talk about today.
For a really long time, my grandpa made me go on his bedroom to do pretty things, and I didn't feel comfortable telling anybody. So I kind of just stopped going to his house, and my sister, about a week ago, my grandpa was like, why don't you come over, and I don't like it. And he said, we're not, I told me, like, we have to come over and show things that you do during the day or pictures, and I didn't really understand what he meant by that. And my sister was evidently, she accidentally overheard it because I know she doesn't mean to. And she came over and she asked me about it, and I just told her the truth because I'm learning how to tell somebody. And she asked me if she could tell my dad that night, and I said, no, I didn't really want her to, but then I told her that, yeah, that's fine. And she told my dad, and then she told my mom, which I was happy because I told her that I just didn't feel comfortable telling them. And then Thursday, we had school last week, and my mom told me, my dad came in and said that I can stay home if I wanted, but my grandma came over and my mom and my grandma talked about it with me and asked me you don't have to tell me things and stuff, and they just asked them what happened and why I want to go back anymore. And then we didn't really bring it back up until today when my mom said that we were going to community.
Okay. So the grandparents' house that you're talking about, that you don't really want to come back to, is this the one that you're talking about?
No.
How you spent the night, you spent the night at, or is this a different house?
That's a different house.
This is a different house, okay. So tell me about this grandparents' house that you don't want to go back to.
I used to go there a lot, and then my grandma made me do certain things, but we used to go shopping now to eat with my grandma and stuff, but my grandma works really late. She doesn't get home till 10:30 or 11 when I'm at her house. But they let me stay up late because they stay up late and stuff, and I gotta play games on this tablet and this phone and stuff.
Okay. So just so I can clarify, so since you have 2 sets of grandparents, so the ones whose houses you go to and spend the night on Sundays, this is not the same. What are their names, those grandparents?
John and Phyllis.
John and Phyllis, okay. And then this grandparents' house that you don't really go to anymore, what's their names?
Vicky and Ron.
Vicky and Ron, okay. There we go. That helps me understand since we got 2 sets of grandparents here. I want to make sure I keep
she would always be off on the weekends most of the time, but she rarely worked Saturdays. And sometimes she had to, but if she usually called off if I was home to spend the night.
Okay.
Because we go shopping and stuff,
Okay.
and we go out to eat and stuff like that.
So tell me, you said this has been going on for a while.
Yeah.
So tell me about when this started.
It was last year, during the summertime.
Okay.
I went over to his house and we were watching a movie and he started doing these things I didn't like. And I just said, okay, but I didn't know what I was really doing. And then it just escalated from there.
Okay. So you were watching a movie and you started doing things you didn't like. Tell me about that.
He started touching my butt and like grabbing me and stuff. And I didn't like it, but he said it was fun. And I just said okay because I listened to him because I trusted him, but I don't trust him anymore.
So you were watching a movie. What were you watching?
We were watching Home Alone
Home Alone.
because they had it and I wanted to watch it.
Okay. So you were watching Home Alone. Where were you watching the movie at?
In my guest bedroom because that's where I used to sleep at night. And they had a TV in there. And they just had it there because they usually do. They set it up for me because I like watching movies and stuff.
Okay. So you're in the guest bedroom and you're watching Home Alone. What was the very first thing that happened?
We had a movie close friend and they started touching my butt and I didn't like it and I told him to stop and he's like, but it's fine. So I just didn't say anything about it.
Okay. So when you're saying that he's like touching your butt, tell me about how he was touching your butt.
He was just like grabbing me and like squishing it. I didn't like it.
Okay. Was he touching it like on top of your clothes or under your clothes or something? Both.
He asked me and I said, now he's like in his like clean and said fine.
So he asked you, tell me about him asking you.
He was like, can I please put your hands in my mouth? And he was like, please. And he asked it a couple times and I said fine because I was trying to watch the movie.
Okay.
And I didn't want grandma to like wonder why he was saying please if she was listening or something.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to get in trouble.
Okay. So you asked him if you could go to your pants and said please, and then you said fine, but you didn't want grandma to wonder why he was saying that. Okay. So tell me about when you went in your pants.
I got drunk because I didn't like it, and then he was like just like comfortable, and I didn't like it, and I don't know.
Okay. Well, what was he doing when you got sand in your pants?
He was touching my butt in other places I didn't like, and he didn't ask me.
Okay.
And I told him to stop, and he was like, it's fine, so I just didn't do anything about it.
Okay.
I was just doing he said it was fine, so I thought it was.
Okay. What was he doing when he was touching your butt under your pants?
He wasn't really doing anything with that, he was just like doing that, he didn't say anything or anything like that.
Okay.
But I didn't like it.
Okay. What about your butt was he touching?
All of it.
All of it?
Yeah.
Okay. You said he touched other places.
Yeah.
Tell me about where else he touched.
And
Your vagina. Tell me about him touching there.
I told him to stop and he said it was fun and then I gave him his hand out and he got my back.
Tell me about that.
Then he came back and then he started touching me again and I told him to stop and he did, but then like 5 minutes later he did it again. But then the movie ended like 5 minutes after that, so then I got up and I went and well, she did my girl out there and so did he.
Okay. When he's touching on like your vagina out here, tell me about how he was touching on it.
He was just around me, he wasn't doing anything.
Okay. He was rubbing on it? Okay. What was he touching with?
His hand.
With his hand. Okay. Was his hand touching it on top of your skin or inside your body or something different?
On top of his skin.
On top of your skin. Okay. So you pulled his hand out, when you pulled his hand out, he got mad at you, and then 20 minutes later, he did it again.
He was like, oh, why? And then like, maybe a half an hour he was upset about it.
Okay.
And then he just kind of like very much knew me and then he did it again in like 5 minutes.
Okay. What did he do when he did it again?
The same thing.
The same thing? Did he say anything more in front of you?
He asked me why I would say that I would go watch a show on TV, and then he just said, okay. Because I like watching the show a lot better than movies, but like I do like watching movies.
Okay. What happened?
He just went out there and he watched another movie that I started to go over, and he did that again.
You watched another movie that has to be game. Tell me about when you watched that movie.
The first thing he did was, and I just wanted to talk to him about the movie for a little bit, and then he started doing it, and I just said, okay, because I didn't want to get mad at me. And that's basically what he did in the movie, and then I watched, I brought him to the living room,
Okay.
because I wasn't going to do anything about that right now.
Was it the same thing as what you did during Home Alone, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anything different happen?
No.
Did he ever say anything about like telling or not telling?
He said that I shouldn't tell my grandma because he would get into trouble.
You shouldn't tell grandma because he would get in trouble. Tell me about that.
I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something along those lines that every time I go to my grandma, he was gonna get in trouble, and he wouldn't want him to get in trouble.
Okay.
So I didn't say anything about that.
Okay. Well, tell me about when he told you not to tell grandma.
After I got it from the movie, I was a little mad because I didn't like it. And he was like, you better not go tell your grandma or something like that, but he didn't say it very nicely.
Okay. Was that Home Alone movie or a different time?
That was the next time he did it.
The next time. Okay.
That was the first time when I got up, I didn't really know what I was feeling. I was just like, I didn't really like that.
How were your clothes that next time when he was touching on your body?
Both times I had shorts on, and because I remember she was my sleeping shorts.
Okay.
I had a t-shirt.
Okay. Tell me about the other time.
He asked me if I was on my bedroom so he could do that, and then he asked me if he could pull my pants off, and I said no, and then he did it anyway.
Okay.
And then I was like, why did you do that? He said, just please, so I let him. And then that's all I basically did that time for a couple more times, but after that, he started making me with his bed and stuff like that.
Okay.
And putting it where it shouldn't be, but
Okay. So he asked you to go to his bedroom and he asked you to put your pants off and you didn't want to, but he did it anyway. What happened when your pants came off?
he just basically did the same things, but like harder in a way, but not like to where it hurt.
Okay. Tell me about it being harder.
He just like rubbed his hand harder and stuff, but not like he did when I was laying in bed.
Okay. Was it in that same place that you were talking about, or was it not at
The same place.
the same place? Okay. Was it on top of your skin or inside your body or something?
It was on top of my skin.
On top? Okay. Did anything else happen?
No, it's basically what's been happening for years now.
Okay. So you said that at one point he wanted you to touch on his body? Tell me about that.
I told him I didn't want to, and then he kept asking me, so I said okay. And my grandma, they shared a bed, so she was there, and he kept telling me to be quiet, because I was kind of talking about if I didn't want to. And then I did it, and I didn't like it, so I stopped, and he said, why are you stopping? I didn't like it. And he kept asking me, so I just did it anyway.
Okay. So Grandma was there when this happened?
Yeah, she was asleep,
Okay.
and she didn't know.
So when, like, was this at nighttime or when was this at this
It
happened?
was at my time when we went to bed.
Okay. So you guys were sleeping in the same bed?
No, I did arrange them, I would leave. But he wanted to make him come.
Okay.
If he I used to put on his tablet or stone while I was waiting after because I love to do that. And I just watched like TikTok, like games or something, and he'd come in to get ready if I didn't let him. Okay. And he'd always say, because we went shopping and he'd buy anything sometimes, like because he said that he didn't care. Somebody said, oh, maybe he just wants to buy it. And he said that I was using him because he let me play on his phone and stuff when he got anything, which I wasn't. Okay. Because I always had no money.
Oh, okay. So when you would have to go into his bedroom, tell me, where would you be when you would have to go into his bedroom?
In his own.
Okay. Like, would he get you from your room first, or what would happen before you go into his bedroom?
I would just put on the phone and stuff, and then if it was a while, then he would come and get me and say he's been wanting me to come in my room.
Okay.
But I usually only waited like a half hour, 45 minutes, because I didn't want him to come in my room and tell me.
Okay. So if you put it on his phone for a while, he would say it's been a while, and tell you you have to come in his room. Okay. And so this time.
And if I said I would before, like during the day, then I said I really didn't want to, he'd come and be like, you told me so you have to, and I'd have to, and I'd be mad after. And the next day, if I didn't let him, he would be mad at me in the morning, like he would be grouchy and stuff. And it was aggravating because like I shouldn't have to do that. Okay. And I told him that you shouldn't have to do that, and you shouldn't have him do that. And he's like, well, you shouldn't have let me do that in the first place. And I'm like, well, what was I supposed to do? I didn't know what I was doing. Okay. But he kept telling me, well, it was my fault because I let him.
Oh, okay. So that time when you had came into his room and Grandma was in the bed, tell me everything about that time.
He always stood over right when he would get in bed, and then he pulled down my pants, and then he would pull down his pants.
Okay.
When they were even down when they were in the bed, he would just start doing things.
Okay.
And if I told him to stop or something, he'd try to get a little mad, like he like wanted stuff, because sometimes it hurt, and I didn't like it. And then sometimes he would go out to my room because I would be in the room or something, and I'd be happy, but then he'd come back in later.
Like later that night? Okay. So when your pants are down and his pants are down and he would do things, tell me about what he would do.
He would try and fit his thing in me, and it never worked.
Okay.
But he'd get mad that I would like pull away and lay back down because I didn't like it.
Okay.
And then he'd be mad at me because I wouldn't, I'd say ow, like I'd pull away and try and move because it'd get hurt when he was playing with me, and I didn't like it.
Okay.
And then he'd all have the next morning if he got what he wanted, but then he'd be mad at me. But during the day, if I told him I wasn't coming in that night, but I always ended up because he would be mad at me.
Okay.
And he'd come take the phone or tablet after a while if I didn't go in there.
Okay. So he would put his thing in, you know?
He tried to.
He tried to. Where would he try to put his thing? Where the hole is. Okay. Just so I can understand and be clear, what part of your body are you talking about? Your vagina, somewhere the hole is on your vagina. Okay, you would try to put it there. Okay. What would happen when you would try to put it there?
He would try to force it and it would go.
Okay.
And then after a while, he'd just stop and he'd do what I was doing, and then once you got what you wanted, I was allowed to leave. Like, sometimes I'd leave before I got what I wanted, and then he'd get mad at me. But he only ever told me I had to go in the bedroom, and I tried to clarify that, like, he never told me I had to go do what you wanted, and he's like, well, you should have known, and I was just like,
Make it clear. So what would happen for him to get what he wanted? What does that mean?
he had to come, and he tried to do certain things, and I tried to make it as quick as possible, because I just wanted to go back to my room, and sometimes I'd go back and I just let my towels up in my bed because I didn't want to go back in.
Yeah.
And then he'd be mad at me and I'd stay and let me do anything like that. And my grandma was at work when I went, like in the summer, because she still had work during the week. He'd always try to play with himself during the day, and I did so uncomfortable, so I just walked into the kitchen or something.
He would try to play with himself during the day?
Yeah, and I'll try to play with me though. Because I tell him no. We could probably make it do that during the night, not even during the day.
Okay.
But at the end, when I went like a while ago, he made me play with him on the couch, and then he tried to play with me when my grandma was home, and because I had a big pillow that covered it, and I didn't like it.
So when you're saying that he would try to make, like, even make himself come, what would happen?
He would just play with himself until
He would play with himself?
he played with me.
And he would play with you?
Until it happened.
Okay. What would he do to play with you?
He would just ignore me and stuff.
Okay.
I didn't like it.
Yeah, where was he being with you at? Down there? Okay. What was he doing if you were down there?
He was just running.
He was rubbing you down there? Okay. Was it like on top of your skin or inside your body or
I was
something?
inside me, but it wasn't like right on top. It was like he was putting, I don't know.
Okay, that's all right. What was he rubbing you with?
His hand.
In his hand, okay.
But he also wrote me with other things.
What else did he rub you with?
His thing.
His thing. Okay.
And he always wanted me to be on top of him, but I would say no because I didn't like him. So I mentioned he'd give in, but I don't trust him.
Okay, what would happen when you were on top of him?
He was trying to make it go in.
Okay.
But I never did, which I talked about. But like, it's really hurt because he tries so hard and it hurt. And actually I tell him to stop and he would keep going, but then it really hurt, so I just stopped.
Okay. Where would it hurt?
I don't know, or he tried to put it in.
By the hole. Okay. You said that you had a touch on his body. Tell me about when you had a touch it.
He would just make me play with it and stuff.
Okay, tell me about that.
He just grabbed my hand and like brings me down. I knew he wanted it, but I didn't like it, and I told him that he was like, well, I give you things, so you have to give me things. But I didn't believe in that.
Yeah.
Because like he brought me slime and stuff, and other things that I didn't like. He always say that I was using him to buy things and stuff.
Yeah.
And I never said it, and eventually I started saying that he was using me for that, and he was like, nah, I love you and stuff, and I was like, then stop saying that I use you. But he never did, he always says that I use him for things, which I didn't. I just went over there and got for buying things and stuff like that. And then he get mad at me.
So what would you want to touch him with?
My hand.
Your hand? Okay. Did you ever touch him with anything other than your hand?
Just like,
Just your hand? Okay.
he always, like a couple months, like the last couple months, and he kept asking me if he could put his mouth there. And he never did it. I always told him, no, I already do, but the things you can I'll do that. And then he kind of got mad at me, but I didn't care because I was like, he would not.
He wanted to put his mouth there?
I was like, not very much in that.
Okay. So there would be times if you were in bed that grandma would move and you have to go back to your room.
And then I have to go back to him. I would get like every now and then he would wait until he knew she was asleep or snoring or something. And then he would make me do it again.
And that happened in his room? Did that ever happen in the room where you slept in?
Only when we were watching a movie, but sometimes he asks like if I ever want to go back in the room, can I go in? And I'm like, no. And then I excuse that what if grandma comes or something. And he was like, okay, so then he didn't. So I usually just use that because I didn't want him there. And then one time I didn't come over for a while because I had plans and stuff, and it wasn't like I just had plans, like I wasn't trying not to go over Easter all my sons. But then he bought me a couple more and stuff, so over time I got it back, but he got really mad at me.
like, I know you said that it was like on top of you, on top of your clothes, you like kind of squeezed on it, and then it was under and kind of touched everywhere. Was it just like on the butt cheeks or other places on your butt?
It was just on her butt cheek.
On your butt cheeks, okay.
And the last time I went to his house, he had the ones and stuff, and I was like trying not to sit on the couch because I didn't want him to do anything. He's like, why are you messing with the couch? So that's why I was just like, nothing, we're just trying to hyper and trying to make excuses. And then I tried to tell him I wanted to go home. He's like, why? I'm like, I just want to go home. I know I have so much stuff to do. So I wanted and stuff. And he started, like, we had a little bit of an argument, and then I looked at the door, and he screamed really loud. He had to take the blood pressure pill, and it really scared me.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't know what was happening, and I didn't want something to happen.
Yeah, when was that happened?
It was the last time I went over, like, maybe 2 months ago.
2 months ago? Okay.
I don't know, really. That's like, I just tried not to go back over. If he asked me or I have plans, I'd say I have to go to church or something. And then I tried to stay at my other grandparents' house so that I wouldn't have an excuse. But I didn't want to go there anyway, because I haven't done it. My sister, she said when I talked to her about it a week ago, so she said that she honestly wasn't surprised. She kind of got back when Grandpa would always be all happy when you came home and stuff.
Okay.
And she said that no matter what you say, you're not going to get in trouble because it's not your fault.
So when's the last time that something like this happened with Grandpa? I know you said you haven't gone, you try not to go over there that often.
It was like maybe 4 months ago or something. But always every time it comes over, he brings it up, like you come over and stuff like that. And all you think about it, he just doesn't even come and goes or shit and things.
Okay. Tell me about the last time that something happened.
It was basically just like when he would go in his bedroom, but last time I remember he got mad at me because I left like 2 minutes after I went in because I was like, I don't want to do this. And then he took the tablet and got mad at me, and then I just went home and I stayed so stayed another night.
Okay.
And my grandma asked me, she's like, your grandpa's going to meet you, what's going on? And she's like, I don't know, you didn't get good sleep, but she did because he says he doesn't get good sleep when I don't come in there.
Okay.
But then I just took her back.
Gotcha.
But he used to text every weekend and ask if I come over, and I usually say yeah. But then he still kept texting, and I was like, no, multiple times. And I just didn't go there.
So we would text you about coming over?
He texted my mom because I don't have a phone.
Oh, okay.
He texted my mom to see if I wanted to call her, and I said no. She was like, are you sure you want that? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. I'm like, yeah. I didn't know if she was like going to shock or anything.
Yeah. So you said when this all kind of happened, that there was something about, that your sister overheard Grandpa saying about showing a picture.
Yeah, tell me about that. So, we were kind of like fighting about at least nobody gets to get away and everything. My mom had just done work. Or like, yeah, and my dad was going to, so he just said, okay, you can watch the grandparents today, whatever. And he kind of said, well, because I told him like, I should have to go to the too. And he's like, well, you'll see, I'll show you your mom, you give her the game, videos, and pictures, and I didn't know anything like that.
Okay.
And my sister, we were talking about the couch, and the couch is like not that far from her room, because my room's right over there, and after he left, I was on my tablet, and I was sitting in my chair, and she walked in, she's like, what are you crying for? I'm like, picture of me, and I'm like, and she's like, I was going to tell me, so I just told her, and she was like a paralegal for 10 weeks, or a child because she went through something similar, so I don't know what it is. And then my dad got home and I just got back in my room. She said that she talked to me later.
Okay.
She did. She walked in my room. She's like, I love you, but I need to tell somebody, and I know that you don't want me to. And then she asked if she could tell my cousin Sadie, and I told her yeah because my cousin, I trust my cousin because she's not gonna tell anybody. She's like a sister to me, and I trust her. And she told my cousin, I'm pretty sure, because I told her yeah, like you can tell her because I want to, and she asked me twice if she could ask my dad, I will tell them. And I said, could you like wait a while? And she said, yeah. And I said, well, like, yeah, you can do it, but only after dinner, because I don't know Yeah, and then she did, and I went out earlier, later, and I asked for ice cream, and my dad didn't give me none. So he wasn't going to say anything because I knew my sister said not to.
So he mentioned, I'll show pictures and videos of what you do in the daytime.
Yeah.
Has there ever been a time where you've seen like him take pictures or videos of what
Now,
happens?
but a couple of times I've been in my bedroom at his house with him, and so I'll talk about this a second, but for a while I've been putting myself after that because he told me that was okay.
Okay.
And I did, and then a couple of times I've been doing that in my bedroom at his house, and then he walked in, I'd seen his shadow, and I'd say, what are you doing? But I don't know if he had his phone, or if he said it somewhere really quickly. I wasn't for sure. But my mom's, married to that, but I don't really do that anymore.
That's okay, yeah.
But I don't know if he's like taking pictures of videos of me doing that.
Okay.
But I stopped doing that because it was all a bit really making me think about what it means to him.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's what he meant.
Okay.
And I'm not for sure.
When things would happen in the bedroom, like, did you ever see, like, I mean, you talked about him taking the phone or the tablet away. Was there ever times when things, you would see, like, the phone and the tablet out and things would happen?
No, he would always leave his phone in the living room if I was playing on tablet. I would never take it in his room.
Okay.
But my grandma was super phone, but it was on her nightstand, so he couldn't get to it. But I don't know if he had like a secret camera that he knew about, something like that. But his phone would always be on the room. He never took it in his room, but one time when my grandma her phone was actually broken and would turn on, but that was like at the end of when I started singing.
Okay.
So he only took it in his room one time. I don't think he'd get multiple pictures and videos.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Were there ever any times that he showed you any, like, pictures or videos of things like that before? Like, have you ever seen any, like, pictures or videos like that?
When I was younger, one of my ex-best friends, when I was like in first grade kindergarten, she had a phone, but she didn't have that phone yet. She showed me inappropriate videos, and I said, well, I watched it at home and watched more of it, so I did. And then my parents gave me my sister's old phone, and I watched some of it, and they caught me, and Grandpa was like, well, you can watch some of this, I don't tell your grandma, so I did. And he realized that I was it because he went on history, and I was watching it with him. And he asked me why, and I said, I don't know. He's like, well, you're watching me, it's okay. He was basically like asking what I didn't want to. So I kind of just like let the tablet run while I was playing on his phone sometimes.
Okay.
So he'd think I was still watching them, which I really didn't want to. And during the day, he'd sometimes play with himself, and he'd watch inappropriate things.
Where would he be now when he would play with himself and have that stuff on?
He'd be on the couch usually, or in his bedroom, but he'd make me go in his bedroom every day, because he just wanted me to be there, and then be like, yes, and then he'd come to the couch, because that's where the TV is and stuff.
Okay.
He never played with me, but he played with himself during the day.
So if he was playing with himself and had like an inappropriate video, where would the inappropriate video be?
It would either be on his tablet or on his phone. He was on a tablet, I didn't know, but like he told me, he was kind of from my grandma, and he would watch different things of that, and then he'd let me play on it, and he would play games on it, like the games of YouTube and stuff, he would watch it on there. And everyone didn't know about it. And he was always like, make sure you exit out if you're watching inappropriate things, because your grandma would get on there and see how much. And he would always look at my history and what I did. And I never knew why. I just didn't know why. And then he would watch the movies and when my grandma got home, he tried to be like normal, and he was, yeah, just normal, but I kind of didn't sometimes, because I was like, didn't like what he done, and then he would, like, we'd go out to eat or something, and then I'd be fine. And my grandma would ask me sometimes if I was okay, because I kind of acted weird. And I'd be like, yeah, I just don't, I didn't get hurt or something. I'd tell her something so that she didn't know, just that didn't happen. but he would get mad at my grandma and they would bring her back if like we go on ask her something she made. Cause like I don't know why they do it, but my grandma's money that he makes and my grandma's money and my grandma's money and my grandma's money. Okay. They do that. And then my grandma's retired, but she still works for him with his son sometimes, and does other things for other people. And he used to work at an auction. He would serve his food and I would help him. And he gave me like $10-15 to work in there. And that's why I always have money, because I always help him. Gotcha. But I liked all the people at the auction house because they were doing anything and then they were all super nice. And we used to go to this place called Chuck's tire place or whatever, and the owner's name is Chuck, and he's super nice, and his daughter's name is Mariah, but she's in order of marriage with a kid now. But she's always really excited to see me, and I'd like seeing her and stuff. Yeah. Okay. I would ask if we could go there, and he said yeah. And then we'd want to go home, and yeah. And I remember, and he always sometimes made me leave early because he wanted to go home. He would make you leave the auction this early? No, he made me go home from Chuck's. From Chuck's, okay. Because he's actually go home, walk home, but sometimes we make you just go home. And sometimes we leave the auction this early if there was nobody buying food for a while, then we leave early. And I try and make it stay as long as I could. Yeah. But there was a person, well, people there named Marty, looking there, and they were super nice to me and one time because like, do you like them better wish that they were your grandparents and stuff? Because I always try to hang out with them more because he'd always talk about it or things and make jokes and stuff. And he'd be like, what do you like when we're around you? I'm your grandpa. And I say, I would just, I would get to see him all the time and I didn't see him all the time. I only get to see him when we did the auction.
What when you say you talk about it, never break things up, what do you say?
He would just, we'd be talking, he'd make a new joke or something.
Okay.
But, I pretend, well, I would laugh at some of them more funny, but like, I would fake laugh sometimes because I'd make new jokes.
Okay.
And, he would always like, try and talk to his friend and yell happy and stuff, even when he was mad.
Okay.
And then he'd still be mad at me even after he was happy around his friends and stuff.
What would happen with Jim?
He would just kind of be mad and like, he would understand how to tease me on that. And he always told me like, my grandma told me to, because like, I run a lot, and I do that, and she'd be like, you get off, and he'd be like, grandma, she said that you're fine, but then he makes me get off. I just thought about it in my head, like, why would you do that? Just because you're mad if you always tell me when she does it, it's fine. And he would be like, well, you really wanted that much, but you can find then. And he would always be like, kind of being mean about my grandma. He's like, I wish your grandma didn't take that long, I wish she wasn't, didn't make me pay her back and stuff like that. So he kind of bad with my grandma, but not like in a bad way.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't bad, but not like in a really bad way. You just say things that like normal people would say. Like I didn't wish that I could get her back or something because nobody wants to pay me back. Gotcha. Okay. And he would always be like trying to get home after I started showing his nieces and their friends. And it was really fun, and he was something I could do that I knew that he was going to try to do anything. But then he started asking if he could secretly like me in the bedroom, and I was just like, no. And I tried to go back out with my grandma, and he would get mad at me. So I let him hit me a couple of times, and then I'd shoot him, and then we started playing again.
Oh, okay.
So it was kind of like, eventually he stopped.
Okay.
But he never really did that much, because I made him stop quickly. Because I shoot him like 2 minutes after he started.
Okay.
But, yeah. Gosh.
Was there any other time that something happened that was kid-related or that we didn't talk about? about that you wanted to talk about today? No? I appreciate you telling me all that. I know that that's not easy to share and to talk about, so thank you for telling me all that. Is there anything else that's important that you wanted to talk about today that you didn't talk about yet?
Me and my mom were fighting a couple of years ago, and she said, what do you and grandpa doing by yourselves? And I just told her that we watched TV and hang out, and I was like, we just watched TV and hang out, why? And she was like, okay. And she asked me if she wanted me to say that for my dad, so I don't know if she like thought something or something like that, but I didn't really ask her, okay, because we were fighting and I didn't want like, because she really doesn't, she really won't change the subject, okay. So I didn't want to like get trouble for changing the subject. So I just didn't say anything. And she gets mad at me sometimes if I like upset. She's there and I tell her, and sometimes it's just because like I asked her, she'll like, hey, and she'll say not right now. And then she'll go like hug my brother or something. She'll give him attention, but she won't give me anything. Oh, okay. But and then I take her and eat her a lot. And I don't really mean it. I was just telling her trying to fight. Oh, yeah. I understand that. After that,
I know that you talked about how your brother and sister don't go to John and Phyllis's house. Did they ever go to Vicky and Ron's house?
No, my brother, he can't really spend the night because like he just can't. Because they can't take care of him like grandma can, like figure out exactly what he needs and stuff. But he always goes over there for holidays, and like sometimes my mom, if we're out, she'll just take him over there to play, they have a playroom. Okay. Both my grandparents do. But he likes going over there because he gets to play with my cousins and stuff, because I have a cousin named AJ, he likes playing with them. Okay. But I'd rather all like loves going over there and stuff. But my sister, she usually when she's there, she just lives on her phone. Or like talks to me with Ashley, because we're pretty much in the same age group. Okay. But there's Ashley's like the only one that's like in her age group. And I usually hang out with my cousin Melissa, but like when we went over there for holidays and stuff, like you know, we were spending the night. My grandpa would always smile at me and stuff, and I knew what he was like smiling about. Gotcha. And I was trying to stop, but he just do it anyway.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes my grandma would ask me like if where I wanted to go and stuff, and my grandpa would be like, do you want to go to this place? And that's what he wanted to do, so I just say that. Okay. And my grandma would kind of get mad at him for buying me a bunch of stuff sometimes. And I was like, you don't have to, I have my own money. Yeah, no, it's fine. But it wasn't fine, because my grandma was like, you don't need to buy your stuff, she has her own money. Okay. And he would always be like trying to be funny or something in the car, and he'd be funny or kind of, and letting these like Legos and stuff. And I just never thought it was funny. I was trying to stop and they'd be like, why are you writing about me?
Gotcha. Is there any worries or concerns that you have about your body that you want to talk to a doctor about?
No.
I mean, you talked about like how when things would happen, your body would hurt. Have you had any problems or things like that with your body because of that?
No, they were really hurt when he did something to it.
Okay.
And if I hurt really bad, I just stop and I put that in and give him tablets and I didn't want to hurt him. Okay.
Well, I tell you what, you talked about a lot of things today, and I appreciate you sharing all this information with me so far. And I've taken a lot of notes down, because I'm going to make sure I try to keep track of all the things that we've talked about. I want to take a break for just a minute, just so I have an opportunity to look over all the stuff we've talked about, to make sure I don't have any other questions that I want to ask you. So I'm going to step out for just a minute, you can keep doodling, and then we'll finish up with my DVDs in the restroom, or they, yeah, okay, yeah, we can do that. There's a bathroom back here, if you want me to. Go around.
How many more questions do you have?
I'm sorry?
How many more questions do you have?
About 12?
Okay, we'll take a break, 15-minute break here, and you can move about the building as you wish. And it looks to me now like we'll probably be finishing the evidence around 4, and so we will plan on getting the case to you this evening. So you might make, if you need to make any calls about that, to let people know you may not be there for dinner or supper. All right, remember the admissions of court, 15 minutes, so it's 2:51, so let's say 3:05.
Please rise.
He said 15 minutes, but be back.
All right, we're back on record, State versus Ronald W. Shepard. You may continue with your examination of the witness, Ms. Collins.
Mr. Means, after your interview with Allison, did you determine, based on what she was telling you, if she needed medical treatment?
Dan?
I spoke with Dr. Jen Tendler and Dr. Kathy Macroft. They were the physicians on.
Objection, Judge.
But, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. What's the question?
I asked if after her interview with Allison, did she determine if she needed further medical treatment,
If she needed further medical treatment?
based on what Allison told her?
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection. We'll close that window back there again.
Can you tell me, what is a pediatric TSCC?
It's a trauma screening tool. It's what we give out to our kids when they come into the center. It screens them for trauma symptoms.
Close that window anyway.
And during your interview with Allison, did you give her a TSCC?
I did.
And what were your findings of that?
She
Objection.
Overruled.
She indicated signs of trauma based on her answers to that question. The last question on that form also asks our patients about if they're indicating or feeling any signs of self-harm or indicating any thoughts of suicidal ideation, which she also indicated that she was having thoughts of that day as well. So I also did.
Judge, this whole thing is all hearsay.
Overruled.
She indicated that she was feeling that day as well, so I also completed an additional evaluation on her that day as well about that, which she screened low risk for self-harm at that appointment.
After that interview, and based on the TSCC, did you determine, or did you talk with Allison and her mom about some mental health treatment?
I did. I provided them resources for mental health services in their county of residence.
Now, how long have you been working at the Mayerson Center at Cincinnati Children's Hospital?
For 5 years, yes.
And based on your years of experience, and based on your training in the field, have you found it common for a child to wait to disclose sexual assaults?
Delayed
Objection. This is, objection, Judge.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Delayed disclosure is very common.
Have you, based on your years of experience and your training in child interviews, I'm going to strike that question. Hypothetically, if a child is going through some sort of trauma like that, would he or she still be able to go on about normal everyday activities?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
She's been declared an expert.
Not in that area.
If a girl is a victim of sexual assault, could she still be a good student while the sexual assault was happening?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it as to the form of the question.
I'm going to rest, Your Honor. Or not rest.
No further questions. All right.
No further questions.
Cross.
No, okay. Hi, madam. It was a long video, so I'm going to do the best I can to kind of direct you. Now, when I was watching the video, I couldn't see in this corner for the time, so I'll do the best I can with times. Okay. One thing I noticed, that you have a pad of paper and you take notes. Can you tell me why you take notes?
So that I can keep track of things that the kids are saying as I'm talking to them, so that if I have to go back and clarify something that they said, I write it down as I'm going back so that I can keep track of what they're saying.
I forgot to tell you one thing, told everybody else, sir. I can't hear very well, so at any point, if you can't hear me or if I hear me yelling at you, I apologize, okay? Okay, but I noticed about halfway through you quit taking notes. Is there a reason you quit taking notes?
I don't recall that I didn't keep taking notes, no.
Do you need to see the video to refresh your recollection? Let me ask you this. Let's assume the video shows you quit taking notes. Is there a reason why you quit? You would quit taking notes?
No. I mean, if I wasn't getting, like if I Sometimes I stop taking notes so that I can focus a little bit more on what kids are saying. Sometimes I don't need to keep taking notes. Like, it just depends. It's just different flow for me.
I mean, when she's talking about events that happened to her, I would assume, you being an expert in training experience, when she's talking about traumatic events, you should be taking notes, shouldn't you?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It just depends on what we're talking about at that moment.
What criteria, when she's talking about traumatic events, what criteria do you use then to whether you should be taking notes or not?
I don't have a specific criteria for what I do and don't take notes on.
So you kind of wing it?
Yes, I mean, I use it to engage with kids. Like, I use my eye contact and that to engage with kids as they're talking to me.
Don't get me wrong. We're on the same page. Okay, I got you. Now, also, a lot of things that were said, it was a little difficult to hear, just because the audio, okay? I would assume when you're sitting in front of her, you could hear pretty much everything, or you tell her I can't hear. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And what I also caught was her talking about all these traumatic things that happened, right? She talked about a lot of traumatic things that happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the vast majority of them were in Ron's bed, right?
Yes, and in the guest bedroom.
Okay, but the guest bedroom was just about the touching of the butt. Everything else was in Ron and Vicky's bed, right?
He also touched on her vagina in the guest bedroom.
I'm sorry. Yes. Here's the other thing is if you ever need to refer to notes or anything, it's okay. I don't want you to just have to guess, okay? So, and if I remember correctly, the vagina and the butt, that was basically all one instance.
There were at least two occasions that she told me in the guest bedroom of that.
Okay. But all these others, this large number we're talking about, was in Ron and Vicky's bedroom, right?
That she talked to me about in the interview, yes.
Okay. Now, I have this somewhere around the 44-minute mark about him taking pictures of her. Do you remember her talking about that?
She mentions that when he came over and talked to her about why she doesn't come over to the house anymore, he said, I will tell them about the pictures. But she never said he took pictures.
Okay, this is something I'm having a hard time hearing. I got the impression that there was at least an inference that he took pictures. Am I wrong on that?
There's never anything that she says where there are pictures taken of her.
What did you understand it to be related to pictures?
What she said is that when her sister found out, he said, I will tell you about the pictures of what you do during the daytime.
And when you use the word you, I'm getting a little lost in the pronouns. I will tell. Can you use the word?
I will tell them about the pictures of you during the daytime. And I later clarified with her what she meant by that, and she said she didn't know what he meant by that.
Okay, so it was Ron that was saying to her, Allison, I will tell about the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I understand. Now at 44:40, she talks about being shown inappropriate. At least she was using inappropriate things. You remember that?
Yes.
When she was very young, remember?
Yes.
And she got in trouble for that. Remember that?
A friend showed her inappropriate things.
And she kept watching at home, and she got in trouble with it, right? Remember that part? It's at 44:40.
I don't recall her saying she got in trouble. I recall her saying she watched inappropriate videos, and then Ron told her she could continue to watch them.
I got it. I'm talking about the parents. You understood her parents found out about her watching these videos, right?
I don't recall that part of it.
Can we agree videos speak for itself?
Yes.
Okay. You have any doubt she was shown pornography several years before this incident?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have any doubt she said that?
About the inappropriate videos?
Yeah, she watched pornography several years before.
She watched inappropriate videos. A friend had shown them to her when she was younger.
Okay. Now, I have this about 54:30. That she tells her mother that she hates her a lot because she gives her brother attention and not her. Do you remember her saying that?
I do.
Okay, here's my concern, is kids will do things for attention-seeking behavior, right?
Sometimes,
Let me
yes.
give an example. They will harm themselves. I'm not an expert in this, I'm just kind of on. Does that make sense?
Sometimes, yes.
They'll do things to seek attention, okay? Act negatively to seek attention, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Now, apparently she had a tumultuous relationship, according to her, with her mother before this, right?
We didn't go into that during the interview.
You don't have any information about her relationship with her mother before that.
Other than what you heard in that interview, that's all I talked to her about.
Nobody else gave you any information?
No, they did not.
It's not important to know what's going on with this child when she's disclosing?
We don't talk about that.
I understand. Isn't it important when you're going into an interview to kind of know as much about this child as possible?
No, my role is to be non-leading, non-biased.
Ma'am, I'm not asking your role. I'm asking about what's important.
Here, I'm gonna object.
Wait a
Wait a
minute.
minute. Go ahead and finish your question.
Okay. My understanding is you're an expert in this, so isn't it important to know about the child that you're talking to, about their background when you're going into talking?
Now, I'm going to object. She's answered this already.
Yeah, I'll let her answer it one more time. I'll overrule it this last time. I'm going to ask that question. Go ahead.
You follow the question?
I did, yes. No, my role is to be non-leading and non-biased in the interview, so I am to go in with as least amount of information as possible.
No.
No.
It's not important. Okay. I mean, when she's making a disclosure, I get concerned about other reasons. Let's assume have you ever had a child lie to you?
I wouldn't know how to tell that. I'm not,
Fair. Okay. So you've heard how many children, approximately?
I've done almost 1,000 interviews.
Okay. You have no idea how many were lying, not lying.
That's not what my role is.
I understand, ma'am. I'm asking you a direct question. You have no idea how many lied or don't lie to you. Would that be fair to say?
My role is not to determine if they're telling the truth or the lie.
I understand you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what
We can't hear you. He can't hear you, and I can't hear you.
Thank you.
It's okay.
I couldn't hear you, sorry. I'm going to get at it. You're dealing with, whenever you talk to a child about this, it's a delicate situation, right?
Yes.
Okay. I would think it's pretty important to know every fact you possibly can about this child, right? Right?
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
You tell me, what's important to know about this child before you go into it? You're the expert, that's why I want to know.
I'm going to object.
I'm
We've
going to
already
sustain
been
that.
down
She has
this
said twice, at least, that she goes in with the least amount of information possible so she can be non-biased. She's
Okay.
also said it's not her role to determine whether the person's lying or not, and I agree, that's the jury's. So that objection is sustained. Ask a different question.
Why is it important then for you to go in with such a lack of information?
So that I can get as much information from the child as possible without any information guiding my interview.
I want to make sure I understand. It's more important to go in with less information than more information.
Correct.
Did I say it correctly? Gotcha. Okay. Have you ever been tested on whether you're doing things correctly? Let me give you an example that you're choosing to go with less information and more. Have you ever been tested about whether this is a proper procedure? Has anybody evaluated and criticized you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
How about peer review? Do you
Yes.
know what peer review is?
We do. We are statewide by our county through the Ohio statewide peer review. So our interviews are put up through statewide peer review. We also do internal peer reviews with our coworkers.
Okay, so your interviews have been subject to external criticism. Did you understand what I just said?
Yes.
Okay, they have been.
Yes, they have.
Okay. When was the last time you've been peer reviewed?
Just 2 months ago, internally, I had an interview put up for our internal peer review.
And can you tell me, what does that mean?
So internally within our office, the fellow coworkers and my direct supervisor reviews we work as a team and review them. And then in January, I had an interview put up for Ohio statewide peer review.
Was it a random interview?
It's an interview that I select that I feel like that I would like feedback on.
You get to pick the interview that you want subject to peer review.
Yes,
It's not objective, it's not a random interview, right?
correct.
Got it. Have you, in your training as an expert, have you been taught to be concerned about children fabricating, lying, or I forgot the word right now, expanding on the situation? Have you had any training on that?
I couldn't hear the last part of your
Sure,
question, sorry.
I'm already losing the word. Have you been taught striking? Tell me
Okay.
what this question. I'm going to switch gears to something I heard her say. I heard a couple of times about her talking about Ron, I believe, forced her to take her pants down. Ron had his pants down. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes,
Okay. And she also said it hurt. He tried to force his way in
Yes.
into her. Okay. The first thing I think of is whenever a child is subject to vaginal penetration, it's common to get something called a SANE exam, correct?
if they're within the window of evidence collection, yes.
The window, do you decide that or does somebody else decide that?
The medical professionals that we work with decide that.
Okay, I'm sitting there thinking of scarring. You're telling, what is this window that we're talking about?
For children who are not in pubertal age, it's 72 hours after the last time that contact would have occurred.
So you're telling me scarring only lasts about 72 hours?
Within their evidence, DNA evidence, typically,
Ma'am, I'm not talking DNA. Please don't change my question. I'm talking about scarring. So you're telling me scarring only lasts 72 hours?
when we do SANE exams, we're not typically looking for that. We're looking for DNA evidence. That's what SANE exams are for. They're for DNA evidence.
Do you do the same exam?
I do not. Forensic nurses do, but I'm part of that conversation when kids come in for our office. When they're coming in for acute exams and interviews, we do the forensic interviews, and our interviews guide what they're looking for evidence collection.
I'm not talking about DNA here. Okay, let's move that out of the conversation. You're telling me that you've never known a SANE exam to occur past 72 hours?
The SANE exams don't occur past 72 hours. They're only for evidence collection, and they occur at 72 or 96 hours. They're not for that.
My question is, have you ever known one to occur after 72 hours?
No, they can have genital exams. That's different than a SANE exam.
Hold on, a genital exam is part of the SANE examination, isn't it?
It is not. They're two separate things. A SANE exam is a sexual assault exam that's done for forensic evidence collection. You can
SANE.
have a genital exam that's just part of a normal exam that we do in our clinic, but that's not a SANE exam. That's a different thing.
I got it. We're on SANE, sexual assault nurse examination, right?
Yes.
Okay. And during this sexual assault nurse examination, the nurse, or at the nurse's direction, will often tell someone to take pictures, correct?
Correct.
Okay, pictures don't show DNA, do they?
They do not.
But they will show scarring, injury, things like that, right?
Yes.
An injury can show past 72 hours, can't it?
They can. 98% of the exams we do are normal, though.
98, where did you go with that?
That I work with our doctors every single day, and I hear the conversations they have with patients, and I hear them tell our patients that every single time when they talk about offering exams.
So you hear something, you come up with the word, you got nothing in any of your expertise that shows 98%. You just heard it from somewhere.
I've heard it from our sexual assault physicians that do this every single day,
Where do they come up with it?
from their training that they do.
I want to make sure that we didn't even try to do a genital exam, correct?
An exam was offered, and she declined to have one that day.
Well, I understand if she declined, kids often decline medical shots and vaccinations, but it's still in their best interest, right?
Just because we offer it, doesn't mean that they are mandated to do it. So it was offered to her, but she chose not to.
Who is she, the child or the mother?
The child.
And you go by what the child decides as far as what's in her best interest?
We can't force them to do genital exams if they don't want to.
Did you talk to the mom about suggesting to have it done?
She was part of that conversation. Again, we're not going to force a child to do a genital exam if they don't want to.
I'm not talking about forcing, okay? I just equate it to a shot, okay? Where kids don't like shots, moms don't like to see their child getting a shot. But there's certain things that you do with your child that's in their best interest, right? Like shots.
But we're not also going to force a genital exam on a child that doesn't want one either.
So I guess to this moment, we have no idea if there is scarring, any trauma at that point, right?
Correct.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure, I might be asking you outside your expertise. Okay, and if I am, please tell me this. When it comes to the hymen can also show indications of sexual activity, right?
That's outside my scope.
Have you ever heard it from the doctors you're talking about?
They have that conversation. That's outside my scope.
I got it, but you've heard it, like the 98%. You've heard the doctors talk about hymens and things like that, right?
I've heard them talk about it, but
Okay. And what you've heard is they do show these things, right?
I've heard them talk about it, but for me to elaborate on it is outside of my scope.
Yeah. One thing I note here, I'm sorry, man, I'm on. Did you have this in front of you?
I gave it back to her, but it's fine. Thank you.
Is this state exhibit 1?
Yes,
Oh, wait, no.
it is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me. I don't have anything to go by, so I'm kind of sure.
That's fine.
May I approach?
This is kind of where I'm at, I'll show you.
You're fine. I'm just moving it. So I can
Give me just a second, find it.
You're going to speak up, though.
Where I'm at is go to his room. You see where I'm at there? Okay. Give me just a second so I get myself organized. My understanding when I read this, I was a couple of lines down from it, that she's talking about he would force her to do things until he ejaculated. Do I understand that correctly from what I'm reading?
I believe that's what is in the note, yes.
Right. And I thought she talked several times about him ejaculating.
Yes,
And might be outside your scope again, but ejaculating, that has DNA, right?
yes.
Do you see where it says, just a couple of lines down from where I was at, it says patient stated. Do you see where I'm at? If grandma would. Do you see where I'm at? It's kind of the right side.
Okay.
Okay. Can you read that for me?
If grandma would move,
Yeah, that's it. Patient stated. I don't know if it's easier for me to read.
but are you, in that line right there, grandma would move, that part?
Yeah.
Patient stated if grandma would move, AP would make her go back to her room and then make her come back later that night.
So as I understand it, she's talking about having, I'm going to say sex, but whatever version, right there with grandma right next door.
Correct.
Right immediately next to her. And she said that several times, right?
Yes.
Now, if I understand correct, I'm sorry, I'm switching gears on you here a little bit. I think I understood Allison to talk about videos and watching pornography on a tablet. Did I say that right?
Yes, he had it on a tablet, yes.
So I'm finding out there's tablets phones and there's maybe something else. Okay.
Is there a question there?
I just want to make sure it was a tablet. I'm
You were
sorry.
making a comment. I wondered if you're going to ask a question.
My question is, it was a tablet. She's supposedly watching pornography.
I believe so, yes. A tablet or a phone, something, yeah, tablet or phone, yes.
Sorry, Judge, I thought I did. Okay, I'm going to switch gears. This is on the back side. See where's the SW? That's mine. Here, who's you around here? Yes.
Mm-hmm,
Okay, social worker provided family. You see where I'm at?
yes.
Information, victims of crime compensation and victim information and notification everyday program.
Yes.
I have no, is victim information different or in conjunction with notification everyday program?
It's
You
all
understand what
one
I'm
thing.
asking?
It's victim, it's like the Vine contact information.
And I had a hard time. I think what you're saying is victim information notification everyday program is one thing.
Is one thing. It's,
Thank you.
yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, and do I understand correctly, they took, you gave them a lot of information, they took the information?
Yes.
Was there any follow-up at all? I'm sorry, that was a terrible question. My understanding is you offered them services like mental health services, I don't know if I'm using the right word, or therapy or something like that.
Yes, I gave them a list of counseling resources.
Okay, do you know if they followed up with those things?
My appointment is a one-time appointment, so I don't do any follow-up with them after that. So I don't see them after this.
I don't know what these things are. Do you give them like a list of therapists?
Yes.
Any idea how many are on there, guess?
4 or 5?
I'm taking a guess, these people on this list have volunteered or agreed to be able to be contacted.
Yes.
Okay. Were they also able to be contacted during the COVID era?
They're all, if they didn't have in-person services, they usually have telehealth services. But I also give them my card and said, like, if you have any trouble getting in, to contact me.
Remember, I don't hear well. I think you said LL services?
Telehealth services, like over the computer, mental health services.
And so they had they had services available if it's by phone, if
Yes.
there's something traumatic going on.
Yes.
No doubt they had options available to them.
Yes.
Okay, it didn't shut down because of COVID.
Correct. And they had my card. If they needed to, if they had trouble getting into resources, they could have called me. And I would have been able, we had a therapist at the center that could have helped if they had trouble.
Did you let them know that you're available if they have a problem?
Yes.
Is that part of the protocol?
Yes, they get my card at the end of the appointment.
And no
I never heard anything more.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. When you asked Allison about the pictures, when she tells you that he told her he would show pictures of what she does, did you ask Allison if he took pictures of her?
I did.
And what did she tell you?
She didn't recall him ever taking any pictures.
Did you ask Allison what he was talking about with the pictures?
I don't know if I don't recall if I asked her. I asked her if she knew what he meant, and she didn't know what he meant by that.
Did Allison talk to you about Ron showing her pornography or anything to do with pornography and Ron?
I did.
And what did she tell you?
She said that he had it on at the house when Grandma would be gone, and he would play with himself.
In the peer reviews, both statewide and in-house that Mr. Wiley brought up, have you been told you were doing your interviews correctly?
I've had feedback from them, yes. So I have good feedback and feedback of things that I can improve on from peer review, statewide and internal.
Mr. Wiley brought this up, and I'm not sure, I didn't hear your entire answer, but what did you say was the window of evidence collection?
For children who have not hit puberty, it's 72 hours.
Judge, I'm
and-
going to object. This is exactly what she said she didn't have expertise on. She was going
No,
off of what
no,
people heard.
she answered questions about that on cross, about when you asked about staining and indicated it was outside the 72 hours. So there were questions about that. So that's overruled.
I'm sorry, and what was the time frame for that evidence collection?
For children that have not hit puberty, it's 72 hours, and for children that have, it's 96.
72 hours, 96 hours for what?
From the last contact.
If there is no penetration alleged, would it be unlikely for there to be physical evidence?
Objection, outsider scope.
He brought all of this up.
Yes, overall, I'm going to overrule that.
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
If a child does not disclose penetration, would it be unlikely that there would be physical evidence?
If there was semen on the body, that there could still be like DNA evidence.
I'm talking about what he brought up, these scars and things like that.
There could still be tearing immediately after an incident, but like years after, the body heals and there might not be any tearing or signs of trauma.
Now, he compared a genital exam to a shot. Have you been present for genital exams?
I have not. I'm not in the room when they get genital
Are
exams.
you familiar with what they are?
I am, yes.
Would you compare that to a shot?
Objection. She just said she's not.
Overruled.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's different. They're having their private area looked at. There's a very large scope camera where they take pictures of it, so it's different than a shot.
Did Allison disclose penetration to you at any time during the interview?
She disclosed that he attempted penetration and that it hurt.
One moment. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down. You may step
Oh,
down.
sorry.
Your next witness?
Detective Sergeant Anthony. Thank you, Ashley.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not, Your Honor.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat right there. All right, you may inquire.
Can you please state your name for the record?
I am Detective Sergeant Vincent Antinor of the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
Can you spell your last name for us?
Antinore.
You're employed with the Sheriff's Office?
I am.
And how long have you been employed there?
I started my career at the Sheriff's Office in 2011.
What are your primary job responsibilities there?
At this current time, I am the supervisor of the Detectives Division. I'm tasked with looking over cases from our Road Patrol Division and the other detective in the division. I also investigate cases, collect evidence, that sort of thing. But probably 90+% of the cases that I investigate are juveniles, sex crimes, or sexual assaults on juveniles.
Now, as part of your job responsibilities, have you had any specialized training?
I have, as a matter of fact, yes.
And what is that?
So I've obviously I've been through tons of training over the years, but specialized in interview and interrogation and child sexual assault investigations.
On March the 10th of 22, were you working at the Sheriff's Office in that capacity as a detective?
That is correct, I was.
And were you made aware of a case that needed your attention?
I was, yes.
And just briefly tell us what the nature of that was.
Allison's mother had come to the sheriff's office and reported that Alice had been sexually assaulted by her grandfather.
Now, based on the report that you received, what steps did you take?
My partner, Detective Sergeant Engel, and I briefly spoke with Allison's mother and Allison and referred them to the Cincinnati Children's Hospital Marison Center for forensic interview and medical attention.
Now, is that typically what you do with somebody, a child that alleges sexual assault?
99.9% of the time, that is correct, yes.
On March 15th of 22, did you have occasion to travel to the home of Ronald Shepard to speak with him?
I did, as a matter of fact.
And what's the address that you traveled to?
If I recall it correctly, I believe it was 2278 K Road in White Oak Township of Highland County, Ohio.
If it helps, you can lead through these things.
And what county is that in?
Highland County.
Thank you. Did you speak with Ronald that day?
As a matter of fact, I did, yes.
And do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please point him out for the court?
He's sitting at the defense table with headphones on and a plaid shirt.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Sword.
Now, did you explain to the defendant the reason why you were the reason why you were there?
I did, yes.
And while you were speaking with him, was he able to provide you with any reason that Allison would make this story up?
He was not. I spoke with Ron for roughly an hour, probably in private inside my vehicle. During that conversation, Ron blamed several different theories or people for Allison's disclosure. Never once could give a reason why she would lie, although he said she was lying.
Did he tell you anything about his relationship with Allison?
Yeah, he indicated that Allison was his best buddy, his friend, he described their relationship as two peas in a pod.
During the conversation, did he agree with you that something had taken place with Allison?
He did. I asked Ron if he could agree that something took place between he and Allison. He stated that he agreed with that statement.
And who did he place the blame on for this?
Well, which time?
Any time that you can recall.
I believe the first time he blamed it on somebody at her house. The second time he blamed it on a birthday party.
Judge, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Overruled.
Can we approach?
Right. All right. You may continue with your examination.
We're going to move on. Sergeant Antonora, did you serve a search warrant at the defendant's house the day that you were there or any other day?
I did not, no.
Why not?
So, from Allison's disclosure, when she disclosed that something sexual had happened between her and Ron, it's my understanding that the last time something happened was 4 months prior to her disclosure. She had spent some time away from the home and not spent the night over there. Through my training and experience, I can tell you that I don't know what I would have collected. I don't know what I would have been searching for.
About how many sexual assaults would you say you've investigated during your time in law enforcement? I think about 12 years now.
Too many to remember, too many to count.
During those investigations, how many of them involved children as victims or alleged victims?
Most. It's very rare that I get a case that doesn't have a child as a victim.
And during those many investigations, do you know how many times the victim knew their abuser? Knew them personally?
Every time, almost. I don't believe I've ever investigated a case of where a juvenile was the victim of a sexual assault, be it rape or GSI or anything, that the victim did not know the abuser.
And during your many investigations, how often, if you recall, has the victim reported the sexual assault immediately after it occurred?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't recall a single time that it's ever happened. If there has been a time, it's extremely rare, and I investigate these cases every day.
And during your many sexual assault investigations, how many times were you able to find physical evidence, for example, DNA?
Almost never. Unfortunately, it's a byproduct of a delayed report. DNA only lasts so long.
Objection, Judge. He's not a DNA expert. He's a collector.
Well, in his experience, how often he's found it, I think he's answered that. That's as far as we'll go. He won't give the reason for that.
No further questions.
All right, Cross.
You can't collect DNA, or you can't check for DNA if you don't collect it, can you? Can you?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, you cannot test for DNA if you don't collect the DNA, right?
Are you asking if I could send DNA to a lab if I didn't have DNA?
Sir, if there's no DNA, you didn't collect it. You can't test for something you don't have, right?
I'm having trouble understanding your question, sir. Are you asking if I could send DNA to a lab without the DNA?
At all. I'm saying you made the decision not to even try to collect DNA, didn't you? Did you try to collect any DNA?
No.
You heard that he supposedly ejaculated a lot. You heard of that, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, did you try, if there's ejaculation on that couch, you can still get it, right?
Well, it wouldn't be abnormal for his DNA to be on his couch or his bed or his clothing.
Semen, you keep changing my question, okay?
You asked about DNA.
Let me finish my question. He ejaculated. You can then, let's say a month later, you can test to say for semen or, correct? Not you, but you can send off to have it tested, right?
Could we check to see if there was semen? Is that what you're saying?
You could collect it, send it off to see if it was semen, right?
I think I understand what you're asking, and I think the answer is yes.
Okay, and you chose not to, right?
Well, it wouldn't be abnormal for his semen to be on his couch or his bed or his underwear.
Sir, it would corroborate her testimony, though, wouldn't it?
I would disagree with that statement.
I got it. So if she says he ejaculated here, here, and here, if in fact you collected the semen from here, here, and here, that would corroborate her story, wouldn't it?
Again, I would disagree with that statement.
You would. So
Correct.
You're telling me it would run contrary. If she said it happened at A, B, and C, and you collected it from A, B, and C, and there was semen, you're telling me that's not corroboration?
Again, I would disagree with your statement, I guess. I don't
You've done
agree.
search warrants before? Lots.
Way too many to count, yes.
DNA search warrants.
Yes,
right?
absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
And you collected DNA, you've also collected DNA through sperm, ejaculate, I don't know the words that we're going to call them, right? Semen.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Some of them old, right? Some of them over a month.
I don't understand. Do you have an incident that you're talking about?
Anything that you've done. You've collected semen that is over a month old, right?
I don't know without a specific incident. In this case, I did not.
I didn't ask about this case, ever. You have done it in your past, right?
I don't know without you telling me a specific incident. I investigate cases every day. Too many to count, as I've testified. I don't. Yes, I've collected
Let's
semen
pick-
before.
Let's pick one.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let's pick one. I want you to tell me a time where you have collected DNA that the incident took, the alleged incident took over a week before you collected it. Think of one.
I don't recall any.
I didn't ask for a name. training, you understand the case, right?
I said I don't recall any.
None.
Correct.
Your training says don't collect evidence if it's after DNA. Don't even try to collect it after how much of a time frame?
My training does not tell me not to collect evidence.
But what told you not to even try in this case?
Through my training and experience, we are trained, and also through experience, that it would not be abnormal for Ron's DNA or semen, I think as you're trying to refer to be on his own couch or in his own bed.
I'm talking about collecting.
Your Honor, I believe that he's talking
Okay,
over
I think
his
you're
answer.
arguing with him, and I think that you've made your point. Let's move on. Sustain.
You've done search warrants on computers and phones, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, those things stay there a long time.
Forever, I believe.
There we go. Did you do it on his tablet?
No,
Did you do it on his phone?
no.
Okay. Why not?
It wouldn't be abnormal for an adult male to look at pornography.
Or what if he didn't have any at all? That would then nullify her argument, wouldn't it? Her assertion, wouldn't it?
No, it would not.
Did you do anything to...
Your Honor, again, you have to let him answer.
Yeah, you're not giving him time to answer. You're cutting him off. So go ahead and ask the question, but give him time to answer and then ask a question.
After you said no, did I cut you off?
You did, yes.
Okay, we'll finish it.
No, it would not nullify her story. She was not, as she testified today, not able to tell us specifically which tablet, specifically which phone. She was actually very vague, her memory, due to her age at the time.
Do you believe in going the extra mile when it comes to doing your job?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. You think you went the extra mile on this one?
I collected everything that we could possibly collect based on my training and experience for the facts of this case. Each case is different. The facts of this one are different than any other.
So not even trying, what search warrants did you execute in this?
As I've testified already, none. There were 0 search warrants in this
We'll
case.
make sure, we're going on what she said, right? Do you have any independent evidence that you gathered to corroborate her story?
Yes.
What?
The statement from her sister about how this started.
That was from her. I'm saying outside of the allegation. My question is outside, we agree, there's an allegation to her sister, there's an allegation to the social worker, there's an allegation. Outside of the allegation, from what your independent work, I want you to tell me what evidence there is.
The interview with Ron where he admits or agrees that there was something that occurred between him and Allison.
He did. So he said it occurred? You're telling me that he didn't deny it and said that anybody that would do that should
Objection.
be shot. Did he not say
Wait.
that?
Objection.
Okay, wait a minute.
Finish my question.
Okay. I'll sustain the form of that question. You added up. Stick to if you want to ask about what he just said, you can ask that.
You're telling me he didn't deny repeatedly ever doing this event?
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, would you agree with me? He repeatedly denied ever having any kind of sexual or improper contact with her,
I'm
right?
going to object.
Well, I'll let him answer that question. That's it.
I would say that not only did he repeatedly deny, he repeatedly blamed other people and ultimately agreed that something happened between him and Allison.
What? You're saying that he said that something, what did he say happened between him and Allison? What
Well,
exactly was it?
I asked Ron if he would agree that something happened between he and Allison, and he said yes.
Absolutely. Something happened in that they were grandfather and granddaughter, right? That's something.
I would disagree that he was referring to their relationship as grandfather and granddaughter.
Judge, can I approach?
All right. All right, continue, please.
Remember at the very end of the conversation? You remember the end of the conversation with Ron in your car?
I believe so.
Okay, you remember you said, Ron, we're no farther now than when we just started. You remember saying that?
Probably, yes.
Okay, because he never did admit to anything. did he?
Objection.
That's sustained. That's been asked and answered.
What did he say he did?
Objection.
Okay, I'm going to sustain that. It's been testified to several times. Now ask a different question.
See if Judge, I'm trying to stay within your ruling here, okay?
I assume that. Just go ahead and ask a question.
I think you said he acknowledged something happened between him and his daughter, or granddaughter. Did I say that correctly?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did he admit to any kind of sexual improper touching of her at all?
I'm going to object. This statement's not against interest.
Sustained. Let's move on. That's been asked and answered.
I'm going to go through them, switching gears completely, okay? This is something I'm going to ask you questions because I don't know the answers to, okay? So, if I caught this correctly, I want to say you picked up this case, you became aware of the case, say August of 2021, somewhere in there, am I close? It's an
No.
open question. Do you remember approximately when you picked up the case?
March of 22, roughly around that month.
Okay. And I'd like you to walk through the timeline of, you got it March of 22, I'm sorry, the allegation was about the end of summer, early fall. Does that sound about right?
No.
Tell me what the allegation was.
So when Allison first made her report, she reported that the last incident occurred approximately 3 to 4 months ago, so around November of the year 2021.
Got it. Okay. So the allegations in November, you picked it up. Walk me through timeline. I think you just said March. Did I say that right? March.
Correct, yes.
Okay. My timeline's all messed up right now, okay? March of 22. Can you walk me through after March, like in April? Do you know what you did? If you need to refer to something, it's absolutely okay.
I don't need to refer to anything.
Okay. What did you do in April?
So March 15th is when I talked to Ron. So from March 15th until roughly August of 22, when the case was submitted to the prosecutor's office, our investigative tactic at that point was
I didn't hear you, sir. I'm gonna write it back.
during that time frame, our investigative approach to this case was to wait on Ron's conscience to come and talk with us. He had indicated that he may do that after our first interview.
Sir, what I'm asking is, what did you do? So March, you had a conversation. What did you do in April?
That's what I just said. I waited on Ron's conscience.
You didn't do anything. You waited, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. March, April, May, June. Did you do anything other than wait?
Your Honor, I'm going to object just to hurry this along. He's already testified to this.
I didn't hear, and that's why I'm asking.
I'll let him answer this question.
So from March,
Well, take back my question, okay? My understanding is May, June, you waited, is that accurate?
correct, yes.
Okay. And at some point, I don't know if you said July or August, something occurred? Did I understand that correctly?
Sometime around August of 22, the case was submitted to the prosecutor's office. Or it may have been later in the year, but sometime towards the end of the year of 22, late fall, early winter, the case was submitted to the prosecutor's office.
We're going to use, I think you're saying somewhere about August.
It may have been later than that, yeah.
September, somewhere in that range.
Towards the end of fall.
And I'm assuming when you present it, you're kind of done with, you might do follow-ups and stuff, but you've stopped your investigation at that point. I don't want to say stop. Did you do anything in addition after that? You don't have any notes that say you did anything. Can we agree with that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it sounds like you personally, all you did was interview Ron. Correct?
I would not disagree, or I would not agree with that statement, no.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Start at the end, his last question. Are you familiar with the felony report that you submit to the prosecutor's office?
I am, yes.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I just didn't hear it.
I asked if he was familiar with the felony report that they submit to our office. Are you familiar with the received stamp that goes on that felony report?
Absolutely, every time one's
Judge,
submitted.
that's outside my cross.
It
I'm sorry, what'd you
absolutely
say?
is not.
It's outside, objection, Your Honor, that was outside of my cross.
No, it
I
isn't.
didn't, can I
Well,
finish? please?
I think it, I don't think it is. I'm going to.
Yes, sir.
In fact, I know it's not. I'll sustain or overrule the objection.
So if you were able to see that, would that sufficiently refresh your recollection as to when it was submitted to the prosecutor's office?
Absolutely it would,
May I
yes.
approach the witness for that purpose?
You may.
Now, according to that, when was that submitted to the state?
It was received November 23rd of '22. It would have been stamped the same day that it was delivered.
Thank you.
Can I see
So-
that? I ask you that you, before you approach him, please give it to me so I can look at it. I don't know what, I know, but I don't know what you're looking
He looked at this
at. At where?
to refresh his recollection.
Hold on, ma'am. Just let me look at it for a second, please.
He didn't look at
Ma'am,
anything
can I
else.
just look at it for a second?
Go ahead. You can continue with your exam.
And from March to November of '22, when you submitted that to the prosecutor's office, Your Honor, I'd like to have it back. This is my own personal work product.
Does he have a copy of it?
Yes,
All right.
in discovery.
All right, you have your copy, Mr.
I just want to make sure that you see what she's referring to, Judge. That's
Well,
it.
she identified what it was, and I assume you had it. She said you had a copy of it, so go ahead.
I don't,
All right, we're all right. Go ahead.
What were you doing? What was your investigative technique from that point till November?
So during my initial interview with Ron, he indicated, he agreed with the statement that something had taken place between him and Allison. So we contacted Ron a short while later and asked him if he would come back in to an interview actually at the sheriff's
Objection,
office.
Judge.
Okay, I'm going to sustain that. Let's move on.
Let's go back to the beginning of his questioning. Was Allison's story that the defendant ejaculated in 3 different locations or all over the house as was alleged?
No,
What was it?
that he ejaculated in his bed.
And why didn't you try to serve a search warrant and collect semen from his bed?
Through my training and experience, it would not be abnormal for any male, adult male or male of pubescent age to have semen inside their own bed that they sleep in.
And is that why you did not try to collect that evidence?
Correct. It would not prove one way or another. It would not have any evidentiary value to my investigation.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. We step down. Next witness.
No further witnesses.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break here. If you would, go ahead and go back to the jury room, and if you need to get a drink or anything, you can go ahead and do that. But we have some matters we need to discuss with outside your presence. So if you need to go get something to drink or use the restroom outside, go ahead and do that. And if you can just use a jury room, do that, and we'll let you back in when we're done. All right. Okay, now we're back on record. The jury, most of the jury's in the jury room. I think one or two have gone outside the room, but they're excluded. Your moving mission, I think we already admitted Exhibit 2. I don't think you can move for admission Exhibit 1 yet.
We would move to admit that exhibit at this time.
All right, and you have an objection, Mr. Violet?
Judge, I think you said Exhibit 2,
Yeah, that was the CD. That was already the interview. That's been admitted.
and I agree with you.
They're moving Exhibit 1 in. Yeah.
Which one was Exhibit 1 again? I'm sorry.
The interview, or the report, Mayerson report from
I'm going to object to that,
Mr.
Judge.
Reeds.
I think you asked me basis, sir. Is that what you just asked me?
Yeah, are you objecting? Are you objecting to Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, I am objecting.
All right, what's the basis of your objection?
Basis of it, if you look at it, it contains a lot of also hearsay it was referred to. The problem is if you look at the name on it, especially on the very front, that it also has a doctor that's on there. There is tons of inadmissible hearsay throughout that. She never testified that she was the exclusive author or anything else. That is a conglomeration of a lot of information, and it's not proper for people. It's given credibility by having MD
Where's
on
the
it.
exhibit?
If I remember, hold on, give me a second, Judge. I think it's in the top left corner. It says Stephanie S. Flynn, MD, under report of suspected child abuse. We never heard from Stephanie S. Flynn. I do not see her signing. The only thing I see under Ashley is at the end, send reports to. But I don't have her as the author of anything. I have no idea what the amalgamation of information is, especially when we have an MD on there. There's also Jennifer Tendler, MD, attending physician, Kathleen Lynn. So apparently they had some input. They didn't testify. This is not a proper document.
She actually testified that she prepared this document.
I have no doubt she had something to do with it.
No.
Please let me finish.
You interrupted me.
Wait a minute. All right, come on. Yes, don't step over each other. All right, let him finish. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The problem is we don't know. I don't have any doubt she had input into this document. The problem runs into is we have so many, the credibility issues with all these MDs, we don't know where she's getting it. And it's also, we found out that she's getting a bunch of her information through hearsay from what she's heard from doctors, things of that. That's not proper. There are many things in here that are not proper. Her testimony should stand on its own, not start to bolster it improperly with all these people that never testified. That's my argument, sir.
All right, now, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. She actually testified that she did prepare this report as she does in the ordinary course of her business. There is no indication anywhere in this report that anything is being bolstered or anything like that because there's a doctor's name on the front of it. Of course there's a doctor's name on the front of it. It's at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. It doesn't say that this doctor had any input in this report. There was no doctor's opinion in the report, nothing like that. The bottom line is she testified, I prepared this report in the ordinary course of my business following my interview with Allison. Not that I had input into it, but I prepared it.
I believe that is the testimony. And I'm looking here at the listing of physician as this attending physician, and then another, Dr. Makarov and a Dr. Tender. And then up at the top there's a Stephanie Flynn. But the report is clearly prepared, I think, from the testimony that the witness gave that she prepared this report. In fact, her name is on it, right above, on page 4, above there's documentation, physician notes. So she did testify, she prepared it, it's done in the normal course of business, so it would be admitted. All right. Now, okay, State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are both admitted. All right. Now, State rest?
Yes.
All right, you wish to make a motion, Mr.?
Your Honor, but I'm going to make it without, Rule 29, but I'm going to make it without argument.
All right, the court will overrule that. It's a question for the jury. All right, now, do you intend to present any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. I did, sorry, I didn't mean to
Go
interrupt
ahead.
you. This is just for your information, somewhere down the line. What I planned on doing was proffering, doesn't have to be today, the interview, not for the jury, just the proffer for the record. The
interview of the defendant?
My client, Your Honor.
All right, well, why don't we just get that marked as Defense Exhibit A, and then you can proffer. And you want to proffer it for cross-examination, during cross-examination of Sergeant Antoine.
I want to make sure I'm clear. Judge, what I planned on doing was, what I do is I have it on a USB that's with several different things. I'm not planning on doing anything with cross-examining anybody else, just purely a proffer, it is what it is. I don't want it to be an issue necessarily in the trial, it's more for appeal. Did I say that correctly?
I don't know.
You understand what I'm doing?
No, I don't. No, the ruling was that if you wanted to cross-examine Detective Antonar as to alleged inconsistent statements that contradicted what he said, then I said you could do it for that purpose. So if you want to offer it for that purpose only, you can market it, but you didn't offer it to him, so it's really not admissible
I want to make
for
sure.
any other reason.
I don't want to talk over you, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Okay, I am not trying to admit it as an exhibit or anything else. I'm going outside of that. Purely as a proffer for, let's assume there's an appeal or something. I just want
But
to.
I mean, for what purpose? You don't just get to proffer something and put it in the record for appeal. What is the purpose that you want to offer it for?
Where I'm going with it is, my argument originally was the detective said certain things were said. If you listen to the entire testimony, you will find out those things weren't said.
It's not testimony, it was an interview.
I can't point to a specific instance. I can't point to a negative. If something didn't occur, that's why I would like to, after the fact, for appellate.
Well, I gave you the opportunity to do that. The time to proffer it was during his testimony, where you said, but again, even then, you don't proffer the whole thing. You don't get to impeach a witness by playing an entirety of an interview if you're attacking him or her for saying something. You have to focus in on it. It's a rifle shot. It's not a shotgun blast. You have to say, okay, he said A, and on this tape, the recording of the interview, at no time does he say A, and you go into what he did say that contradicts that. So if he said A, and he said, no, A's not true, then that's what you play. But, you don't go into the entire thing. You focus in on specifics. So, but to protect the record, I'll let you put it in under the proffer of wanting to play it to impeach the witness.
Yeah.
I'll let it in for that limited purpose.
And I was going to do it, it's okay afterwards, because it's on a USB.
I mean, it's not going to be admitted, but it'll be proffered.
We're saying the
and it'll
same
be
thing,
put
Judge.
into the record for appeal.
We're saying the same thing.
If necessary. Okay. All right. Now, are you going to put on any other evidence?
I'm sorry, yes, I plan on calling one witness, Judge. I don't expect her to take that long. It's going to be Ron Shepard's wife.
His wife? All right. Okay, is she here?
Yes, sure,
All right.
she's in the other room.
All right, let's go see if the other jurors are back, and then we'll reassemble the jury. I'll go take a little bit. I'm going to go back on record. It looks like there's going to be one witness and for the defense, and if there is a rebuttal, the court intends to go right into the instructions. I do have updated versions here, if you want to take a quick look, but I didn't make any changes beyond that we've already talked about.
I think the changes you're talking about really minuscule.
Pardon me?
I think they're just grammar, if I remember the changes.
Yeah, one was a date from the 21st to the 1st of June. One was I moved the resistance is not required up above findings. It was after the findings. That was on page 4 or 5, I believe. And then I've also, if the defendant's not going to testify, then I'll have to go take that out. I have both in there now, so I'll strike the one that on page 2 that's in yellow. If he's not going to testify, that'll be removed. And I think everything else is pretty much the same. So, and there's no request for any special instructions, correct?
No, sir.
Miss?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So that'll be my intent. So, okay, let's, if you guys need to take, I'll give you about 5 minutes. We need a restroom break, and then we'll get the jury back in. All right, the state is rested, ladies and gentlemen, so we're now to the defense case. Your first witness, Mr. Bliley.
Vicky Shepard, Your Honor. I think,
All right here. Have you been sworn in, ma'am?
Yes.
In the clerk's office?
Yes.
All right, have a seat right there, please. And if you would pull that microphone over to your left as far as it'll go. That microphone's right there. It's, yeah, with the red light. Yeah, pull it towards you. There you go. Thank you. You may inquire.
Judge, is this one on? This one, okay. Are you ready for me, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Ma'am, would you state your name for the record?
Vicky Shepard,
Okay. You know this man right here to my right?
my husband.
And who is he?
My husband,
Now,
Ronald
what I
Shepard.
need you to do is speak up loud so everybody can hear you. You also probably know I'm hard of hearing, so I really have to hear you, okay? Is that okay?
Yep.
The thing is, make sure when you give an answer, you just can't shake your head. You actually have to say the answer.
Okay.
Now, how long have you been married?
22 years.
Okay. Do you have any children, and do you have any grandchildren?
Not together, but we have children. I have 4.
You have 4 children?
Mm-hmm. And together we have 5, but his daughter passed.
You try to make this. Are you nervous?
Yes.
Okay, it's all
I've
right.
never
Take
been
a breath.
in here before.
Okay, and I need you to speak up. If
Okay.
I ever ask a question, you get confused, slow me down, okay? Is that okay? And remember, you have to actually say yes or no.
Yes.
Do you know Allison?
Yes.
My understanding is she's your granddaughter.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know her brother?
Yes.
What is her brother's name?
Ethan. Grayson.
I think you said Grayson?
Yes.
Okay, is Grayson older or younger than Allison?
Younger.
Okay. My understanding is Grayson has a disability.
He has autism.
Autism. How old did you say Grayson is? I don't know if you just did.
Probably 9.
And as I understand it, Allison has an older brother. Caitlin?
Older sister, yes, Caitlin.
I'm sorry. That's exactly what I need you to do is call me on it. Long day for me. Okay. Do you know how much older she is?
She's 17.
Okay. What I'm going to do is, you know why you're here, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to kind of boil it down and get into the crux of things pretty quickly, okay?
All right.
And if I ever surprise you or confuse you, you just tell me, okay?
Okay.
Now, I'm going to ask you, do you take medication?
I take blood thinners.
Okay. Do you take Ambien?
No.
If there's been testimony that you've taken Ambien in the past, would that be true or false?
False.
Okay. When you say blood thinner, do you have a medical problem?
I have congestive heart failure.
What kind of problems does that cause you, if anything? I know it's a very open question.
Sometimes I have a hard time breathing. I can't sleep well. I had 3-way bypass.
Okay. Now, I assume you've had a lot of interaction with Allison?
Yes.
Okay. Out of the 3 children, did you have or do you have a favorite of those? I know that's a really tough question to ask you. Is there one that you're more fond of?
I try not to have a favorite. There's 14 of them, so.
Between the 3 of them, who did you have, between Caitlin, Allison, Grayson, who did you have the most interaction with?
Allison.
Is there a reason you had this interaction more with Allison?
She always wanted to be at my house.
Okay. From your observation, Allison's the middle child, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Grayson having special needs, I'm assuming it was important to give him a lot of attention.
I'm going to object.
I'll sustain that.
Okay. Did Grayson require a lot of attention?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustain.
Does Grayson have special needs?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the ability to care for him?
Yes, several times.
Okay. Would it take more time than?
I'm going to object. This is not relevant.
I'm going to sustain that. That's not relevant here.
I'm going to get to it. Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with Allison about telling the truth?
I'm going to object.
Sustain.
Did you have a problem? Did you run into problems with Allison lying?
Yes.
Yeah,
Objection.
wait a minute. I'm going to sustain that and strike it. That's not proper under the rule.
Trying to stay within your.
Now, you've got to obey the rules of evidence. That's what we're talking about here, not me. Rules of evidence. That's not proper. So the sustain.
If I wanted to get on the internet, I'm sorry, let's bring you back to like, we'll say June 2021 and 6 months. So we're going to go from January 2021 to January 2022, okay? Could you could you use the internet on your house at that time?
No,
Why not?
because it wasn't working.
So did your husband have the ability to watch pornography?
No.
Objection as to what he could do. She doesn't know.
I'm about to
I'll
get to
sustain
it.
that.
Okay, do you know the abilities of the internet at your house?
No. We just had internet before I could run.
Objection. She answered no.
And,
Who's
Non-responsive.
finishing the answer?
Wait a minute. Okay. She answered no. I'm going to sustain. Ask another question.
Okay. Did I understand correctly? You didn't have internet? Did I
No, it
understand that
didn't
correctly?
work.
Okay. Was there any way to watch pornography at your house?
No.
Okay. Did you try to have internet at any point?
Yeah, but it would just circle.
Okay. Now, do you know anything about Ron's ability to use the internet?
He has no ability to use the
Objection.
internet.
Calls for speculation.
Okay.
Wait, yeah. That is speculative. I'm going to sustain that.
Have you seen Ron use a computer at all?
No, he doesn't have a computer.
Okay. Have you ever seen him try to use the internet?
I've seen him try, but he can't get on it.
Okay. There's been, during these court proceedings, has he had to ever communicate by email or fax or anything?
No.
Okay.
We had to go to the probation officer's office to have anything faxed or emailed.
Okay, so in order to communicate by, I don't know, computer, I don't know what you're saying, you had to go to the
Probation officer for emails and stuff.
Okay. Did he know, from what you saw, does he know how to do an email?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen him use the computer?
No.
Now, has Allison ever spent the night in your bed?
Never.
Okay.
No.
You seem certain about that. Can you tell me, is there a rule, or why do you answer that way? Is there a rule, or tell me what's going on?
Because we have a guest room and that's where she slept. Kids don't sleep in my bed.
Okay.
None of my grandkids. Ever.
Okay. Now, when you sleep at night, do you sleep soundly?
No.
Okay.
I'm
how do
usually
you-
up 3 or 4 times.
Okay. Are you a light sleeper?
Yes.
Does it have anything to do with your heart condition?
Yes, I have trouble breathing.
Okay. Give me a second. Ma'am, have you ever taken Ambien?
No.
Okay. me 1 second, Your Honor. I think I'm about finished. There's been testimony, prior testimony before this, okay? Have you ever heard, what is your daughter's name? The mother of Allison.
Tiffany?
Tiffany. Have you ever heard Tiffany use a derogatory term towards her daughter as it relates to truthfulness?
I'm going to object. That's actually not prior testimony.
No, I'm not
Must
asking about
sustain
prior.
it because it's prohibited under 608B, so sustain.
Have you ever had a conversation with Tiffany about Allison's truthfulness?
Objection.
Sustain.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Thank you. Ms. Shepherd, correct?
Yes.
I'm Ms. Collins. I'm the county prosecutor. In the summer of 21, you were working second shift, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is second shift at where you were working?
2:30 to 10:30.
Okay. And about how long did it take you to get home from work after that?
About an hour.
So you weren't getting home until 11:30 or so every night?
Yes.
Okay. And when Tiffany and Allison, back in March of 22, they asked you to come to the house and they told you what Allison had told Caitlin, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And on that day, you packed your stuff and moved out of the home, didn't you?
No, I didn't pack my stuff and move out.
You didn't go stay at your
I stayed at my daughter's for one night.
Okay. And you apologized to Allison that day, didn't you?
Well, yeah, because I didn't know what was going on.
Okay. And isn't it true that when law enforcement, that you wanted them to take the guns out of the house and things like that when they were there?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule it. She said no.
So, and then after you left and you got some things out of your home, and you went to your daughter's house, then you spoke with the defendant on the phone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. She just testified she didn't move to her daughter's.
I just said took some things and
Yeah,
stayed at
she
her
didn't.
daughter's.
The questions, I'll overrule the objection. As far as it goes, it's okay.
Did you got some things, you went to stay at your daughter's house, that's what you said
Yes,
that night?
I stayed that night.
Okay. And you spoke with the defendant on the phone then, didn't you?
My husband,
Yes.
later that night.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that you suspected that something was wrong with Allison back during the summer of 2021?
Nope.
You never one time asked her what was wrong with her?
Nope.
Do you recall telling everyone at Christmas time, and when I say everyone, I mean your family, so your kids, their kids, and your grandkids, do you recall telling them kind of joking, in a joking manner, when they would say, thank you for such and such gift, I must have bought that off at HSN when I was sleep shopping because of my Ambien?
No.
You never said
I didn't
that?
take Ambien. I was
So-
prescribed Ambien, but I never took it.
Okay. So you had a prescription and you just,
No, I didn't take it.
okay. So you were not being truthful to your kids when you told them that you were taking it on
Objection,
Christmas?
Judge.
Wait a
It
minute.
was probably in a joking manner.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection. You may answer.
Okay. And so now you're saying that when you said it, when you said you were taking it, that you were just joking.
Yeah, we were probably just joking around. I never took Ambien.
Okay.
I was prescribed it, but I didn't take it.
Okay. And isn't it true that that Caitlin told you that she didn't stay at your house because the defendant made her uncomfortable?
No, she's never told me that.
And then finally, isn't it true that the defendant, your husband, has a cell phone?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Yeah. Do you remember when the prosecutor just asked you spoke with your husband on the phone later that night? Remember that question?
Yes.
What would you talk about?
Objection.
She just opened the
No, I did not.
door. Did you
She didn't
just
go into the content, she just asked if she spoke to him. She didn't ask the content, and that would be hearsay.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to your daughter about the Ambien at all?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell her you take Ambien?
No. I never took Ambien.
I understand. Did you ever tell her that you took Ambien?
No.
Okay. If she testified that you said you took Ambien or you did, would that be true or false?
Be false. I never took it.
Now, if give me 1 second. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Any further witnesses?
No, sir. Rest.
All right.
Where do I go?
Just go ahead and back out. All right, is there any rebuttal from the state?
Hey, Your Honor.
I'm not, sorry, Judge, I forgot jury's here.
No, go ahead and approach bench. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Never fallen on my rear end in front of a jury before, so kept my record straight. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard of the evidence, and now the court will instruct you on the matters of law. The court and the jury have separate functions. You decide disputed facts, the court provides instructions of law. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your duty, sworn duty, to accept the instructions and apply the laws as given to you. You're not permitted to change the law or apply your own conception of what you think the law should be. Now, all criminal cases begin with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant that he or she's been charged with an offense. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. Plea of not guilty is a denial of the charge and puts in issue all the essential elements of the offense. The defendant is presumed innocent until his guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offense that has been charged in the indictment. A reasonable doubt is present when, after you have carefully considered and compared all of the evidence, you cannot say that you're firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. It's a doubt based upon reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs, or depending on moral evidence, is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're the sole judges of the facts, credibility of the witnesses that are presented, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witness. You'll apply the test of truthfulness that you apply in your daily lives. These tests include the appearance of each witness upon the stand and their manner of testifying, the reasonableness of their testimony, the opportunity they had to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, their accuracy of memory, their frankness, their lack of it, their intelligence, their interest and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you'll assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. Now, it's not necessary that the defendant take the witness stand in his own defense. He has a constitutional right not to testify. The fact that the defendant did not testify must not be considered for any purpose. Now, you're not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because that witness was placed under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony. You will determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. Each witness was subject to direct examination by the party who called them and to cross-examination by the opposite party. During cross-examination, counsel is able to inquire into some matters that do not directly relate to issues before the court. Such questions and answers are permitted for the purpose of helping you determine credibility and the weight to be given to the testimony, but for no other purpose. Generally, a witness may not express an opinion. However, one who follows a profession or special line of work may express his or her opinion because of his or her education, knowledge, and experience. Such testimony is admitted for whatever assistance may provide to help you to arrive at a just verdict. Credibility and weight to be given to an expert is subject to the same rule as for all other witnesses. Now, ladies and gentlemen, evidence is all of the testimony that was received from the witnesses, and any exhibits the court has admitted, there are two, into evidence during the trial. Evidence may be direct or may be circumstantial, may be both. Direct evidence is the testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which they testify. It includes, of course, exhibits admitted into evidence during that trial. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts and circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts, which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. To infer or to make inference is to reach a reasonable conclusion or deduction of facts which you may, but are not required to make from other facts which you have found to have been established by direct evidence. Whether an inference is made rests entirely with you. Now, when considering circumstantial evidence, you may not draw one inference from another inference, but you may draw more than one inference from the same facts and circumstances. So, in other words, you cannot stack one inference upon another inference to reach a factual conclusion. Now, if the circumstances create inferences that are consistent with either acquittal or guilt, then the defendant must be acquitted, found not guilty, unless the inferences in favor of guilt rise to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In the absence of direct evidence of a person's guilt, circumstantial evidence by itself may justify a finding of guilty if the circumstances are entirely consistent with the defendant's guilt, are wholly inconsistent with any reasonable theory he is not guilty, and are so convincing as to exclude a reasonable doubt of guilt. Where evidence is both direct and circumstantial, you must decide whether the combination of the two types of evidence overcomes the presumption of innocence and convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Now, the evidence does not include the indictment, so you won't have it with you in the jury room, the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel that you'll hear in a few minutes. Opening statements and closing arguments, as the court has indicated previously, are simply designed to assist you. They are not evidence. Any statements that may have been stricken by the court you were told to disregard are not evidence and must be treated as though you never heard them. You must not speculate why the court sustained any objection to any question or what the answer to that question may have been. You may not draw any inference or speculate on the truth of any suggestion that might have been included in a question that was not permitted to be answered. Now, the law under which the defendant is charged is entitled Gross Sexual Imposition and is numbered Ohio Revised Code 2907.05A4 and states in pertinent part as follows: no person shall have sexual contact with another, not the spouse of the offender, cause another, not the spouse of the offender, to have sexual contact with the offender when any of the following applies. The other person or one of the other persons is less than 13 years of age, whether or not the offender knows the age of that person. The defendant is charged with gross sexual imposition under this section, and before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the period beginning June 1, 2021 and continuing thereafter in Highland County, Ohio, the defendant did have sexual contact with A.S., who was not the spouse of the said Ronald W. Shepard, or cause A.S. to have sexual contact with the said Ronald W. Shepard, and the said A.S. being less than 13 years of age, whether or not the defendant knew the age of A.S. Essential elements of the offense of gross sexual imposition in this case are as follows. The defendant did, 1, have sexual contact with another who was not his spouse, or caused another who was not his spouse to have sexual contact with the defendant. The other person was less than 13 years of age, whether or not the defendant knew the age of such person, and that it occurred in Highland County, Ohio, on or about the date alleged in the indictment. It's not necessary that the state prove the offense was committed on the exact day as charged in the indictment. It's sufficient to prove the offense took place on a date reasonably near the date claimed. Before you can decide whether the state of Ohio has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offense of which he is charged, you must first decide whether this is the correct county in which this trial should be held. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that all or any part of the offense charged was committed in Highland County, Ohio. Sexual contact means any touching of an erogenous zone of another, including without limitation the thigh, genitals, buttock, pubic region, or if the person is a female, a breast for the purpose of sexually arousing or gratifying either person. Spouse means a person married to an offender at the time of the alleged offense. Prosecution need not prove the victim physically resisted the offender. Now, if you find that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offense of gross sexual imposition as set forth under count 1 of the indictment, according to your findings, your verdict must be guilty as to this count. If you find the defendant failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of the offense of gross sexual imposition as set forth under count 1 of the indictment, according to your findings, your verdict must be not guilty as to this count. Now that concludes what I call the substantive instructions about the law. We're going to hear the closing arguments here. Then after that is complete, then I will instruct you on how to conduct your deliberations. And just so you know, you do get a copy of this once I correct the typo in the jury room to assist you to refer to it if you need to do so. So we'll now hear the closing arguments from the parties. Closing arguments, like the opening statements, are not evidence. They are simply each attorney's analysis of what they believe the evidence has shown or not shown, but they are not evidence. The state has the burden of proof, so in this circumstance, the state has the right to present an opening portion of that closing argument and then defer until after the defendant has completed his closing argument and then offer a final closing argument. All right, Ms. Collins, on behalf of the state.
May it please the court, defense counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I first want to thank you for your time and attention to this very serious matter. Our country, as the judge told you this morning, is one of the few in the world that uses a jury system to decide guilt, and that only works because of citizens like yourselves who take your jury service seriously. I also know that these types of cases are difficult to hear, and I know the testimony is not what anybody wants to hear. So I want to thank you on behalf of my office, the Sheriff's Office, and Allison for your service today. Now I have two opportunities to address you, so I'm going to keep the first opportunity just short and to the point. I told you at the beginning of this case that the state would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ronald Shepard, the grandfather of Allison Steger, took the enjoyment out of staying at her grandparents' house and made it a nightmare when he began touching her. The touching began on her buttocks and aggressively moved to her vaginal area. These are all erogenous zones. He also instructed her how to masturbate him, and he taught her about the white stuff that comes out when he ejaculates. He showed her pornography and insisted that she come and stay regularly. When she stopped visiting so that he could touch her, he complained to her. He got her mom on the phone and demanded that Allison be put on the phone so that he could talk to her about why she wasn't coming to stay. Now, on March the 10th, when he was at Allison and Caitlin's house, he again confronts Allison. And Allison says, "I don't like what you do to me." Caitlin overhears that part of the conversation and knows right away there's only one thing that this could mean. And as soon as the defendant leaves the house, Caitlin says, "Allison, what were you talking about? What does he do to you that you don't like? You have got to tell me." And Allison finally tells her what that something is. Caitlin, of course, told her parents, and Tiffany, the girls' mom, immediately reported it to law enforcement, and Allison was taken for an interview at the Mayerson Clinic. And you've seen that interview here in court today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you now to end the nightmare for Allison and find this man guilty of gross sexual imposition for touching 11-year-old Allison. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bliley, on behalf of the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate the opportunity to practice before you, opposing counsel. Thank you also. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, long, hot day, and thank you very much. This is a rough day, both just with the allegations themselves and the heat. Let's start with, he didn't do anything he's accused of. He is an innocent man. I'm asking for a not
guilty verdict. Allison lied to you, and if you noticed, anytime anything that could be verified, she failed miserably. There was no internet. They weren't exactly ready for that. From a child's perspective, everybody's got the internet. For this tablet, there's no internet. How do you download anything when there's no internet? She also lied to you about her exposure to pornography. Remember, she goes, absolutely not, absolutely not. Well, of course, when I came to the social worker, yeah, and actually her mom too, came to the social worker, ooh, actually she did get caught looking at pornography. I'm not sure why she lies so much, but that's the reality of it. Anything that could be verified, she lied about. I want you to remember, this is the state's burden. I told you from the beginning, their case is weak. Say the same thing over and over and over again. This is what, remember, an allegation, substantiation. So I want to know, what do they have for substantiation? Well, they don't. The theory of what I'm looking at is, oh, let's go the extra mile on this one. Of course, the extra mile is do nothing. When you have to convict somebody, you actually have to go the extra mile. At least try. At least find out if the accuser, if her story holds up. At least try to do it. Great, my experience tells me that it can't be done. Well, do it and find out if your experience is right. Your experience isn't always right. It might just be there. Execute that search warrant on the device because you would have found out there was no porn. Suddenly the child's story goes to pot. But when you don't check, you don't know. It's their burden. Ignorance happens to be bliss for the state. That's not the way this works. Their burden. No DNA, no internet. Now, I want to go this is where it's their burden, it's important. This conversation that was in the police officer's car. You notice they don't give you a recording. They don't give you anything. They give you his version of what it is. You know why his version isn't quite right? Because let me tell you, if he admitted to something, he would have been arrested on the spot.
Objection.
I'm giving a closing.
Overruled.
He would have been arrested on the spot. Yeah, I did this. He would have been arrested. But what did they do? They were so proactive that he decided, wait. He decided, wait. That's the strategy. Not do. Wait. Of course, to him, doing nothing is something. Their burden. I can't prove it didn't happen. I can't do it. That's why it's their burden. That's why the police on SVU and things like that, they go and actually investigate. They do. If you end up with nothing, that's okay. But you at least try. When you're talking about convicting someone of such a heinous allegation, you go the extra mile. Their strategy, wait. Expect more. Wait. He's waiting for him to come around. Waiting to come around? Oh, he's waiting for him to confess to something he didn't do? He didn't confess to anything. He certainly would have said he did. He wanted to word choose his words real carefully about what he said. Not let you hear it, but he decided what you're going to hear. Chose those words carefully. But gee, he wants to insinuate he admitted to something. But when it comes to what really happened, falls short. I understand. He's got a child that's making a serious allegation. I got it. I would give it all I got too. That's his job. He's sitting at that table right there. He's there to support them. I mean, even the most basic questions, I couldn't get a straightforward answer out of it. It is what it is. But if he would have made an admission, you would have made an admission, you would have been arrested on the spot. Anybody made an admission, they would have been arrested on the spot. Whenever they find somebody for robbery, did you do it? Yeah, I did it. Bang, you're arrested. But they have to wait for him to come around?
please use your common sense when it comes to DNA, when it comes to search warrants. He even said stuff's around forever. Yeah, absolutely. But you know when it's not around is when it doesn't exist. When it doesn't exist, when there's no internet. I like when Mom gets on there and tries to insinuate that Vicky is so comatose out that she does Ambien. Of course, she's never seen it at all. Come to find out, Vicky told you, I've never taken it. They're trying to do all these insinuations, but they don't want to go the extra mile at all to close the loop. They kind of leave that loop and hoping you're going to make that jump of logic, that impermissible jump. Their burden, not mine, because I can't prove something didn't happen. I want to point out probably the thing that's most obvious in this case. And please watch it. When you watch her testify and make those statements, it's hard. She goes on and on and on about all this sex right next to Grandma, pants down from both of them. Really? I mean, adults, when they have sex, you seclude. If there's perversion going on, you isolate the victim. Right there, and Grandma says she doesn't ever come into our bed. You could tell she was adamant about it. Well, a child doesn't know. She doesn't understand the scrutiny that her words are going to be placed under. She doesn't realize what happens when she makes an allegation. She's a child. She has a brother that has disability. She's craving attention. She's the middle child. She lied to you. She's asking. I don't know why she makes up. My gut feeling is she's asking for attention. Boy, did she get it. Boy, she talked to everybody. What you saw from that child. Again, I want to make sure we're clear. She's not a bad kid. She's along for the ride. You didn't see reality with her. You saw a child that was well prepped. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what you do with law. But you saw her for about an hour. She knew every question. She knew every answer. You didn't get a true view into this young lady. Again, there's nothing wrong with it. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to prep your witnesses. I just want to make sure you understand what you see. Don't let your emotions scream to believe this child. Scream it. A horrible, horrible allegation. There is reasonable doubt everywhere because anything that could be tested. I told you from the very beginning, I'm not going to have a whole lot of questions because there's only a few details in there that you can look at objectively. And when you did, she failed the test. Anything that she could be called upon, I can't, when she says, oh, she's sitting there with her hand on her butt, I can't disprove that. Their burden to prove it. It did. And there's nothing substantiating it. I got to tell you, the thing with the two sisters getting together, saying they're whispering, I'm having a hard time believing that Ron is whispering or can hear a whisper or anything even remotely close. I don't know why. Two sisters supporting each other, not unheard of. What was actually said, one thing I noticed was, and if you look at the tape, she says she told her sister. Her name's Caitlin. She wants to support her sister. She was told something. They're making leaps of logic to believe it. She's there. Absolutely, she wants to support her sister. Her mom wants to support her daughter. She's supposed to. She's being a mom. I'm asking you for a not guilty finding because he's not guilty. In law or in fact, he's not guilty. You deserve, to find a man guilty, you deserve a complete picture, an absolute, a beyond a reasonable doubt, not little pieces, not inferences, not let's wait and find out. I'm sorry, I respectfully disagree. I think doing nothing is actually doing nothing, not as he says, it's doing something. I don't understand that at all. That's what they're paid to do, that's what you're supposed to do. You have an allegation. That's it. Any scrutiny that can be subject to criticism, you fell miserably. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bliley. On behalf of the state.
I'm just going to address a few things that Mr. Bliley said in his closing, and then I'm going to forget it. How do you look at porn when you don't have the internet? You use the cell phone, a mobile hotspot. He has a cell phone. You know, maybe Allison doesn't know how it's getting to the tablet, but to pretend that they have absolutely no way out there to look at this is nonsense. There are ways other than the internet. And she did it, Vicki told you that they have cell phones. He has his own cell phone. You know, so what if there is porn or is not porn on the tablet? The testimony, which is what you can consider, is that that would not have been a shock. It would not have been a shock if this were any other kind of case, even if it wasn't a sexual assault case, because it's not out of the ordinary for an adult male to have that kind of thing on his devices. So whether it's there or it's not there, that doesn't aid this case one way or the other. And that's why they didn't look into it. So what if there is semen in his bed or not? Maybe she washes the sheets regularly and it's been 4 months. There would be semen, and we would expect a grown man's semen to be in his bed, wouldn't we? It's his bed. Where else would you expect it to be? It wasn't, when he was asking the questions about all over the house, on the couch and here and there, none of that was the testimony or the evidence. I'm not sure where he was getting that from. The testimony was that that happened in his bedroom. Well, of course you would expect him to have semen in his bed, in his bedroom. I would be surprised if it was there 4 months later, but if it was there, so what? We would expect that. So why go through the process of collecting the sheets? You expect it to be there. And if it's not, well, does that mean it didn't happen? No, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It means that she's washed the sheets once in 4 months, period. This is not the pillar of evidence that Mr. Bliley wants you to believe it is, or the lack of evidence. It's just not. Making a mountain out of a molehill. Now, I'm sure that during the trial there were things that were mentioned, and maybe they were objected to and they weren't developed, that left questions in your mind. But I want you to be mindful of the judge's instructions. There are often legal reasons why we are and are not allowed to share some things with you. And so what the judge is going to instruct you, which he's already instructed you, is that what you can consider, and the only thing that you can consider, is the testimony that you heard from that chair and the exhibits that were admitted. And considering the testimony and evidence, what Mr. Bliley said in his questions, when he does the leading questions and puts the answer that he hopes to get in the question, that's not actually testimony, and you can't actually consider that. And now, one example of a legal thing we're not allowed to share, but now he's poking at is this recording of the interview. Well, there are legal reasons of why we aren't allowed to give you everything in a case, and he's aware of that. Now, one of your main jobs as a jury, and it's important in this case, is to weigh the credibility of the witnesses. And to do this, you use the test for truthfulness that you use in your everyday lives. And one of those important tests that you use is who has a bias? Who has a reason to tell a lie in this case? Who has the most to gain? Well, let's talk about Allison. He has called her a liar multiple times, but she took that stand as a 12-year-old little girl in a room full of strangers and told you all about a very personal sexual situation. That is not something that a 12-year-old little girl does for attention. That is way beyond, I want attention. It's not something that's easy to talk about. She went back and forth. I mean, at one point she giggled, and then at other points she was crying. She can barely look at him. Her memory, and she wishes that she didn't have it, but it's fresh. This happened, and it's still fresh in her mind. The details that Mr. Bliley talked about, well, who has those details? Allison has details. When I asked her, what movie were you watching? Now, this has been almost a year ago, but she knows exactly the movie. Because it's not uncommon for a victim to be focused on one thing while the sexual assault's going on. And what she focused on, she's focusing on that movie playing because the reality is not something that you want to focus on. What movie was it? Home Alone 2. Allison has no bias in the case. Despite the defense's allegations that she's made up this whole story for attention and to get what she wanted, there's nothing that she's gained from this. Nothing. There's no benefit to lie about this. They want you to believe that she's doing it for attention, but who would want this type of attention? Who would want to be drug into court as a 12-year-old to tell a room full of strangers about this? And she opened herself up to being interviewed by Ashley Cremines, and all that they developed a good rapport. They're strangers. She's a stranger. She's then had to come in and tell her story to me. She's had to sit here and tell all of you. And then, by coming forward and by telling the truth, she's subjected herself to cross-examination, to a man that she doesn't know, accusing her of being a liar, accusing her of making this up, to making her cry on the stand. That's the kind of attention that she wanted. I don't know of any kid that wants that kind of attention, let alone a 12-year-old little girl. This is nonsense. That is absolute nonsense. If Allison were lying, wouldn't she have had a reason today to stop? Today, when he is calling her a liar and raising his voice, and wouldn't that be the time when she would say, I'm done with this. I can't anymore. She didn't do that. What did she do? She stuck to her story, the same story that she's repeatedly told. You want to know something about the truth and a lie? Lies change. It's hard to keep track of a lie you've told, so they change. The truth never changes. Whose story has never changed? You heard it today, you heard it through cross-examination, and you heard it from the Mayerson interview. It's the same story over and over. You know why? Because the truth doesn't change. Every child in America tells the types of lies that Allison has told. I didn't do my chores, I didn't do my homework, I didn't put my laundry away. So, by Mr. Bliley's definition, she's a liar because she's told those kind of lies. Every child in America tells those kind of lies. So does that mean no child can be a victim of sexual assault because they lie about whether or not they've done their chores? That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Not only could no child never ever be the victim of, no adult could be. Because all adults were kids once and they lied about whether or not they did their chores at least one time. Every child does this. Again, Allison's version of the facts never changed. No matter how hard Mr. Bliley was on her, her version of the facts never changed. That story doesn't change because the truth doesn't change. She has no reason to be dishonest. And he wants to, witness prep and witness prep and witness prep, but what he wasn't prepared for is the number one rule for every witness that takes the stand. And what they tell you it was, to tell the truth. That's the number one rule when you take the witness stand. Mr. Bliley wasn't prepared for that. That's what she told you. I was told to tell the truth. And that's what she's done. Next, you heard from Caitlin, Allison's sister. Again, she told you what she remembers. She has no bias in the case. She doesn't stand to lose or gain anything from this. Again, she's been drugged into court and made to testify. Now, he wants you to, well, she overheard it, but he can't hear, so they couldn't have been whispering. Well, that's not what I heard. What I heard was, I overheard them having a conversation at the door, and what I heard her say was, I don't like what you do to me, period. And again, she is told that. She told that to law enforcement. She told that to her mom. She told that here, because the truth doesn't change. It's the same thing because it's the truth, and the truth doesn't change. And again, what did she tell you? Well, witness prep, witness prep. Number one rule again, always tell the truth when you're on that stand. Tiffany, which is their mom, testified third. Like Allison, she's nothing to gain. In fact, she has a lot to lose in this. Her mom and her, strained relationship. Obviously, Vicky has taken the side of her husband and not the side of her daughter. You're supposed to support your child, but she didn't do that. She turned her back on her family, her daughter and her granddaughter. Tiffany has nothing to gain from this. Nothing. Ashley Cremines, the expert from the Mayerson Clinic who specializes in interviewing children, well, he wants to pound on this. Wouldn't it be better to know more about the child? No, that would be the exact opposite of what they want you to do. They want you to be non-biased. They don't want you to have an opinion about this child because they don't want you to lead this child down a certain path. They want you to sit and listen, open-ended questions with no bias. So, no, it's not better for her to know more about the victim. That would be the opposite of what they want. There's no indication that Ashley did anything incorrect in those interviews. She has no bias, no interest in this matter other than to come here and tell you what happened and to show you the video of the Mayerson Clinic interview. And finally, you heard from Detective Antonor. Again, he has no bias or interest in this case. He simply related the facts and evidence as he collected it and followed it. He has nothing to gain, by investigating this case or testifying for you today. He's just doing his job. Now, the defense again made a big deal about the witnesses going over questions beforehand, trial prep. It's not only perfectly normal, it's necessary and perfectly legal. It's no cover-up. No one's been told what to say. They all told you that. No one told us what to say. They were told one thing, all of them: tell the truth. Now, Vicky, the defendant's wife, now she clearly has a bias in this case. This is about her husband, whose side she's taken. She's turned her back on her family and sided with him, so she has a bias. That's her bias. When she was initially told what happened, she believed Allison. She got a bag, went to her daughter's house, and now she's back with him. It's super convenient today that in the past, when she told her family about taking Ambien, she was joking all those times. Because she has the prescription, but she didn't get it filled. She was just joking about those times. But today she's telling you the truth when she says she's never really taken it. It doesn't even make good sense. Now, the defense has gone to great lengths to point out that there is no physical evidence in the case. They want DNA, they want a rape kit, they want fingerprints. This is not Law & Order SVU, where the victim's raped and immediately goes to the hospital where they do a rape kit, and scrapings are taken from under the fingernails. In fact, Ashley Cremines, the expert, said for a prepubescent child, you got 72 hours to take that same exam because their body heals so fast. 96 hours for somebody that's an adult age or puberty age. So we're talking 4 months. And he's mad that there's not, why would we put that child through a pelvic exam for something we know is not going to be there because the time has lapsed? That's further victimization. Nonsense. This is the CSI type of evidence that I told you about in jury voir dire. This is real life. And it doesn't always exist in cases. In fact, according to the investigator who's investigated hundreds of cases, and according to Ashley Cremines, who has interviewed 1,000+ victims of sexual assault and child abuse, it seldom exists. In 98% of cases, it does not exist. That's what the testimony was. And the judge has already instructed you on page 3 of your jury instructions about circumstantial evidence. We talked about it this morning when I said, it goes from 60 to snowing in Ohio. That's perfectly normal. And even though you don't see it snow, you can draw the inference that it snowed. That's circumstantial evidence. It's perfectly legal, and you can find the defendant guilty based on that. That's what page 3 of your instructions say. There's overwhelming direct and circumstantial evidence in this case. Allison specifically remembers the movie Home Alone 2. being on the TV the first time the defendant assaulted her. She remembers the athletic shorts she was wearing. And it is this defendant who explained to Allison what the white stuff is when he ejaculated. There is circumstantial evidence as well. The defendant always wanting Allison to stay with him, Allison telling him, and Caitlin overhearing it, I don't come over because I don't like what you do to me. Allison acting out at home when the abuse starts. And finally, Allison completely refusing to stay at her grandparents'. Now, she went from a kid that stayed there all the time to completely cutting them out of her life, completely not staying there. Every weekend to not at all. That alone is circumstantial evidence that something's afoot. There's something going on. Don't fall for the defense argument that this must not have happened because there's no DNA. They are hoping that you fall into the CSI trap. Cases are proven on other types of evidence, and this defendant should not benefit by getting rid of any physical evidence that was there, that may have existed. He should not benefit by keeping Allison afraid to tell so that she wouldn't tell right in the beginning. This defense is fully behind playing the blame game. First, blame the victim. She's a liar, she wants attention, and then blame the cops. They didn't do an investigation. They should have done this, and they should have done that, and they should have done this, and they should have done that. But there are very logical and legal reasons that you've been given that those things weren't done. Like not doing the search warrant to take the sheets where we would expect to find his semen. That's what a guilty defendant does. He's hoping that you focus on what everybody else did that may be wrong or may be bad, so that you don't focus on what he did do, which is sexually assault Allison. When Allison was 11, her life became a living hell, a waking nightmare that most of us cannot even imagine. A man, her grandfather, who is trusted to protect her, took her innocence. Robert Shepard, this defendant, took away Allison's sense of safety. Now look at the element of the crime charged and the evidence and testimony that proves each of the crimes. Remember what I told you in voir dire. I only have to prove that each element of the offense. If I didn't prove today what the temperature was in June, the first time that he sexually assaulted her, it's okay, because that's not an element of the crime. I don't have to prove that. If I didn't prove what color the socks were that the defendant was wearing when he rubbed 11-year-old Allison's vagina, it doesn't matter, because that's not an element of the offense. In order to prove gross sexual imposition, the state must prove that during the period of June 1st through the end of November of 2021 in Highland County, Ohio, the defendant engaged in sexual contact with his 11-year-old granddaughter, Allison, who was less than 13 years of age. Grandma and Grandpa lived at 2278 K Road in Highland County, Ohio. No real question there. So we've proven the place. We have this element out of the way. We know that the time is between June 1st of 22 and November of 22. Allison stayed at their home regularly to help with the auction and earn extra money. And then during this period, the defendant began touching Allison, first her buttocks and then her vagina. We've proven. Sexual contact is the touching of an erogenous zone. We talked about this morning just a little bit. An erogenous zone includes, and this is all in your jury instructions, I'm not going to go through it, but this is what Allison told you was touched. She said her buttocks and her vaginal area were both touched. She also said that he had her touch his penis, which is an erogenous zone of a man. So 3 different parts under that investigation have been touched. Finally, Allison was less than 13. She's less than 13 today. When she testified for you today, she's less than 13. Her birthday is July 1st, 2010. So she was 11 to 12 when this happened. The state must prove each and every element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And doubt is based on reason and common sense, and that is what your jury instructions say, reason and common sense, and I want you to use those today. You can equate this to decisions that you make in your everyday life. Let's talk about buying a car. You shop around, you collect evidence, and you want a red SUV. You find one, the odometer says 50,000 miles. The payments will be about $350 a month, and your budget allows for $500 a month. So this is everything that you want in a car. Low miles, the color you want, the kind of vehicle you want, and it fits in your budget. So all the evidence points to you buying the car, and of course you decide to buy the car. Now there is some remote possible doubt that this is not the perfect vehicle for you, but reasonable doubt. Doubt based on reason and common sense, it's been overcome. And of course, you buy the vehicle. It is not your job to look for reasonable doubt. If it existed, it would have presented itself from the evidence. In this case, reasonable doubt, doubt based on reason and common sense, it simply just did not exist. And because of that, the state has proven each and every element of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember the testimony of the expert of child abuse. It is not uncommon for a victim of sexual assault to wait to report. It's not uncommon that she focused on something specific in the room. She focused on the movie Home Alone 2. Grandpa and Grandma's house should be a happy place for every little girl, a place to visit and a place to be spoiled, to eat as many cookies as you want, and to watch cartoons all day long if you want. But for Allison, Grandpa and Grandma's house became a nightmare, a place to avoid. And she avoided it because even though she told Grandpa no, he still touched her, and he still rubbed her, and he still made her rub him. At the end of the day, this case is about one thing and one thing only: the nightmare and living hell that was Allison's life every time she went to visit her grandparents. We have done, the state has done what we said we would do. We've proven each element of gross sexual imposition, and we have proven each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Now it's time for you to do your part and find the defendant guilty of touching 11-year-old Allison. Find him guilty of gross sexual imposition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Collins. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the closing arguments of counsel, which, as I instructed you previously, are not evidence. I'll now instruct you on how to conduct your deliberations, prepare your verdict once you've reached it. Now, you must be uninfluenced by any consideration of any sympathy or bias. Any sympathy or prejudice. It is your duty to carefully weigh all the evidence and decide all of the disputed questions of fact, to apply the instructions of the court to your findings, and to render your verdict accordingly. Fulfilling your duties, your efforts must be to arrive at a just verdict. Consider all of the evidence and use your common sense and make your findings with intelligence and impartiality, without any bias, sympathy, or prejudice, so the state defendant will feel that their case was fairly and impartially tried. Now, if during the course of the trial, the court, the judge, has said or done anything which you consider an indication of my view of the facts of the case in general, you're instructed to disregard it. Because as the judge, my desire to be impartial, and the court has no right to invade, doesn't desire to invade the province of the jury by indicating a preference for either party, and that's not what the court has done in this case. I bring that up because sometimes jurors infer from an expression. You know, I know I've been told when I'm thinking or when I do something, I have an expression on my face. Some people think that means, you know, I'm mad or I'm upset about something. I don't even know I do it, but sometimes when I'm trying to concentrate on my own, I'll make an expression. If you think it meant anything, it doesn't. And the other reason I bring that up is because a number of years ago, I had a client who had been on the jury several months before, and they came into my office. And so I asked them, I said, you know, I'm never going to be inside a jury room. What did you do? How did you get to your verdict? And this juror told me, said, well, we kind of just talked about, you know, what the judge, how the judge acted, and we kind of got from his view that, or from that he did, that this is what we ought to do. And I didn't dress her down, but that's not exact, that is absolutely not what you do. So disregard anything you might have thought you'd seen from me about that. Now, your initial conduct upon commencing deliberations is a matter of great importance. It's not wise to immediately express a determination or insist upon a particular verdict. Because if your senses of pride aroused, you may hesitate to change your position even if you later decide that you may be or you are wrong. Consult with one another, considering each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. You must each decide the case for yourself, and you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you find that it's wrong. However, you should not surrender an honest conviction in order to be congenial or to render a verdict solely because of the opinion of the other jurors. And when you go to the jury room, your first function will be to select one of your number to serve as the foreperson. That person you select will preside over your deliberations, but does not have any greater power, nor does that person's vote have any greater importance than anyone else's. The foreperson will serve the purpose of helping you to conduct your deliberations in an orderly manner and give each juror an opportunity to express your opinion. An additional duty of the foreperson is to see that the verdict form and exhibits and copies of these instructions are returned to the court after you've reached your verdict. Now, until your verdict is announced in open court, you're not to disclose to anyone else the status of your deliberations or the nature of your verdict. Now, this being a criminal case, before it can be said that you have reached a verdict, it is necessary for all 12, and I'll repeat that, all 12 of the jurors to agree upon a verdict. Now, in addition to the exhibits and the instructions, you'll have this verdict form here, and I'll just show it up there. You can see that it has a number of lines, and it has the name and the case number, and there's a blank space there, and it basically reads that we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, sworn, find the defendant Ronald W. Shepard, and in the blank spot there, there's a reminder right below there by the asterisk that that's where you insert your verdict, either guilty or not guilty. And then all 12 of you have to sign it, because again, unless all 12 of you agree, there's no verdict. And by signing the verdict form, you are indicating that is your verdict and you concur in it. Now, during the deliberations, you'll be in the charge of the bailiffs. They'll be stationed right outside the door of the jury room. They'll ensure that your deliberations are not interrupted. It will be your means of communication with the court. The bailiffs cannot answer any questions about the case or give you any instructions. If you have a question about anything or a request for something, if you need us to call somebody or for something that you need to let us get in touch with somebody to tell them something that you're busy or you're not going to be home or whatever, write it down, knock on the door, and give it to the bailiff. Now, if you ask a question, then I will receive that, and then I will talk to the attorneys and determine the response, return it to you in writing. Now, I can only answer questions about the law. I can't answer questions about evidence. I can't give you evidence that's not in the case. The reason I bring that up is, sometimes I've had questions from the jury that will say, what was this? When did this happen, before or after? Well, I can't answer that. You have to determine that yourselves from the evidence. I can't tell you that, or I can't give you information that was not in the record. It's got to be based on what is before you and nothing else. Now, once you have reached a verdict, you can knock on the door and inform the bailiff, and then as soon as we'll make sure that everybody stays fairly close. So it'll take us just a few minutes to get everybody reassembled, and then we'll return you into the courtroom to announce the verdict. I want to thank you all for your patient cooperation. You've been very attentive, and this trial everyone has done a good job, I think, in getting the case presented expeditiously and not wasting your time, although each of them were given the opportunity to present the case fully within the confines of the law. Now, Ms. Powell, you are the alternate, and you at this point are not going to be needed, and so you're not going to be deliberating. You'll be able to leave the building and go home, but before you do, if you would, leave your cell number with the bailiff. And you are still under the same instructions until a verdict is reached, and once a verdict is reached, the bailiff will call you. But you're not to talk about this with anyone or permit anyone to discuss it with you, not to try to get any information or learn anything. All those things I told you earlier, that's what you do. And the reason for that is if something should happen to one of the jurors during deliberations, then that person would be excused, and we'll call you and say, you need to come in and replace that. I've had that happen twice as a judge, and so it's you're kind of our insurance policy, and we hope it's not going to happen, but that's just why we have all of this. So if you would just go ahead and, do you have anything in the jury room? All right, if you would just go around here and give your number to the bailiff. All right, then ladies and gentlemen, and when you retire, if you have your cell phones, leave them there on the windowsill above the air conditioning unit, and the bailiffs will make sure that they're not disturbed, or maybe take them in a bag and bring them over here, and we'll return them to you at that time. Now, it is about 5:35. Now, we're not going to hold you hostage all night. I don't want you to feel any pressure at all. So if you deliberate and you think you're going to need more time and you want to take a break for dinner, we can do that. I do it two ways. I can let you go out for an hour and come back and do your own thing, or we can order in pizza or salads or things like that from Domino's or 24 Exchange. It won't be the greatest, but it'll be sufficient. They both have good food, but they're not a full meal, just to tide you by. Or if you decide after you've been in there for a little while that, you'd really like, it's been a long day. You've been here since most of you got here before 8, and Again, we're not trying to wear you out. I don't want you just to say, okay, we need to get this over with tonight. You don't. You know, you can come back tomorrow if that's your decision. So I don't want you to feel any pressure at all in that regard. All right, is there anything further from council?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. Surveillance. So the problem with the air conditioning is that it's all controlled through a computer in some other state, and it only kicks in after a certain number of days of a certain temperature. Well, it didn't. They tried to kick it in today, and then they told us that they had people down there working on it. But I don't know what's happening. There's 2 compressors, so I know it's been warm all day. It's 80 in my office, so we'll have you in here.
No, I'm not going to. Is that okay? That might be on.
You know, go ahead and be at ease, and if you need drinks or anything, like I said, we have water back there. If you need more, we can get you more. We might even be able to rustle up some ice and some cups if you need that. In fact, I know we can. We've got an ice machine in one of the back offices. Don't look at any computers, and go ahead, but the attorneys will clear everything out, and then we'll just knock on, or you can come to this door, knock here, the door will be right here. Okay? Yeah. All righty.
Rise, we're good.